300 million voices.
Yellow, yellow.
300 million connections.
Yellow, yellow.
300 million stronger.
Yellow, yellow. 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 Voices, 300 million connection,
300 million stronger.
Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow, yellow. 300 million voices,
300 million stronger.
300 million stronger. Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Yellow, yellow.
Yellow, yellow.
Yellow, yellow.
Yellow, yellow. Yeah! Yeah, yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah, yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah, yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah, yellow.
Yellow.
Yellow, yellow. 300 million voices, 300 million connection, 300 million stronger. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow, yellow.
Yellow!
Yellow, yellow. Yellow, yellow. 300 million voices.
Yellow, yellow.
300 million connections.
Yellow, yellow.
300 million stronger.
Yellow, yellow. 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 Yellow, yellow.
Okay, good morning, Sabona, bonjour, muleshani, oliotia, and welcome to the 2026 MTN African PachiPanda Challenge. I mean, look how everyone looks, guys. They look beautiful. Shoo, and I like everyone's dance moves. I think we should have a party later to celebrate. Another hand. Okay. Nice diversity. Is everyone comfortable? Have we taken our seats? Okay. So this year we are embarking on the second challenge, and we already see that the program has grown in scale and geographic reach. in 2024, the first MTN PachiPanda challenge, we had 4 countries participating who are already here today. Can we get more noise from Zambia? South Africa, Cameroon, Nigeria. And this year we have the pleasure of having our Ugandan brothers and sisters here with us today. And the only hope that we have is that more countries around Africa join our initiative to better Africa. So just to introduce myself, my name is Demisha Govender. I will be guiding you through today's program. I come from a geology and civil engineering background. I work with materials, data, and environmental situations, performance. But what really drives me is sustainability that actually helps real-world problems. And I think we all have something in common today, and that is our love for being at the intersection of science, outreach, people, and communication. We want to turn complex sustainability ideas into action that communities can feel and benefit from. And I think all of these young people today have really shown so much of great performance so far by just being here in South Africa. We wouldn't be able to be here today if it weren't for our partners, that is WWF, Deloitte, UNDP, and GSMA. For now, our 5 countries show us that bold ideas, courageous thinking, and the power of young people can have a meaningful change in the world. And as we move through today's program, I encourage you all to engage, celebrate, and just be inspired, because the solutions that we see here today will be the seeds of the future. Before we get this day started, some house rules. Bathrooms will be on the top floor and down floor on your right next to the lifts. Lunch and tea breaks will be served on level -1. Please have your phones on silent. We don't want to hear anything other than the pictures. And please also refrain from walking around during the pictures. We will have tea breaks regularly, so just hold it in or have a little bit of a snack when we get there. So we'll begin with an opening video. So we'll just turn our attention to the screen.
We are at the Africa PachiPanda Challenge, the 2nd ever edition. We've got 12 contestants from 5 different countries. Uganda recently joined us. Today we are at Deloitte for the masterclass. The candidates will be able to find out more around refining their business idea, getting funding to scale, and really just preparing themselves for the pitch day and ultimately the winners.
So far the masterclass has been awesome. We have been equipped with a lot of information to be able to plug those things into our business and see our business explode.
So far the mentors we've gotten are perfect and so good, so I just feel the vibe really, and I'm feeling the energy and the heat of the place.
Being here as an entrepreneur and taking in all the wisdom that people are imparting, is just, there's a lot to learn and there's a lot of experience within the room, so it's good to soak all of that in.
I've asked so many questions during the masterclass because I'm just curious to understand. So the one I enjoyed more is on the finance aspect, and because that's where we have been having issues with.
I was more focused on the financial literacy because I'm early on, I'm a startup, so it was quite insightful to learn a lot about financials.
I've realized that there's certain things that I've been neglecting, so it was very important because I've seen where I lack in my business, and it seems like I'll be changing a bit of my slides today.
Most importantly, we looked at the judging criteria that they'll be using tomorrow. I think it's going to be tough, but it's going to get down to who follows the criteria, who wants it more and who shows the passion.
I really can't wait to put into action what I've been told, because I mean, I would like to pitch and win. And then when you look at this competition, you think chances are really slim. But it's also very inspiring to know that there are other people in other countries that are solving African problems.
There are a lot of great minds here. Every project that has been selected or that's present here is very relevant and solves a meaningful problem and has a lot of impact. I'm a little bit confident, but I won't lie, the pressure is there.
I'm feeling excited, a little tense, though the pressure is increasing, but I know I'm going to get my calm with all the mentorship, the advice and the training I've gotten so far. I think I've got what it takes.
It's going to be an exciting day. I'm nervous, I'm also excited. Let's see how it goes.
There's a little bit of tension because everybody's having amazing solutions. I'm learning from the various competitors and I'm inspired by everyone. I'm inspired by the presentation. And I think I'm just going back from here in reach.
I was overwhelmed. Okay, so thank you. That was really wonderful. Hello? Okay, can you hear me? Okay. So finalists, the time has come. Take a deep breath because the challenge is about to begin. Okay, so once your category is announced, you will each get a chance to present your world-solving solutions to us. You will have 8 minutes to present and knock our judges off their feet, and then 7 minutes where you will be asked questions, where I'm sure you will all stay on your feet. You guys are all prepared. Our official judging panel, because I think we're all judges here today, silent ones. They come from a diverse background, like all of us, each of whose expertise and insights play a critical role in guiding and supporting these young entrepreneurs and innovators. We have Mr. Fungai Musana from WWF Zambia. Round of applause, make some noise. We have Ms. Marina Madale from MTN. Hello, Marina. We have Ms. Jane Mamet from Deloitte. And Ms. Deshni Pillay from UNDP South Africa. Thank you, judges, for all being here today. I think we all appreciate your insights, your experience, and everything that you can give to these young people. Okay, so we'll start with our first presentation. Our first place finalists from Nigeria, a team of 3, so a nice team effort. We have Emmanuel Ezia, Ogochukwu Ogene, and Valentine Namani for their project called One Grid Energies, where they turn plastic waste and e-waste batteries into affordable solar lanterns and charging stations while empowering rural women entrepreneurs.
All pictures and videos All pictures and videos are from real-life impact of our project in rural communities and not AI. This is Mommy Geneka, and I'm going to tell you a story of her at the end of the pitch. Imagine if all lights here were off and we're in the dark. Sadly, this is the reality for 250,000 women and children in my community with no hopes of better education and income. In 2012, I was reading with a candlelight. I slept off. You know what woke me up? The fire. It almost burned my house down. This is me. While coming back from my mom's shop, everywhere was flooded. The flood almost carried me away, but I'm here today because people rescued me. Due to no means of electricity in my community, they opt for local lanterns with disposable batteries. This is causing battery pollution. This is causing lead poisoning. How we solve this problem is amazing. We converted waste plastic bottles into clean lanterns, solar lanterns. Secondly, we built solar charging stations managed by rural women. Now, how does this solution work? It's basically a smart-based model that works as a service and with a recurring revenue. Now, we'll go to rural communities, we'll liaise with the local leaders, and with the help of the youth, we'll build charging stations. Now, we distribute these lanterns to the communities. Now, how we make money is through the charging fee. They come to charge the lanterns and also come to charge their mobile phones and radios. Now, through the help of the IoT, we're able to track how many of these lanterns they charge. How are these lanterns built? These lanterns are built by out-of-school children. We enroll in our various workshops and we get them back to school at the end of their training programs. Now, from our data, we have been able to observe that we have noticed significant improvement in nighttime study, and we have also reduced maternal mortality because our solution is now used in healthcare centers. Before, they used candles to deliver children, but now because of our solution, there is no maternal mortality.
All right, our competitive landscape, we understand that our competitors are majorly those who use after NEPA. In Nigeria, we call it after NEPA. This after NEPA is actually a local lantern powered by lead batteries. And you know, this causes lead poisoning. And also, you know, kerosene lantern. Most of these people also produces kerosene lantern, and then most of them also uses candle light. You see, these things are more expensive and they are not accessible. Over time, they become expensive. But our product model is quite affordable and it's not expensive. It is quite affordable and it's not expensive. And it does not pollute the air, neither does it affect our human health. All right, and our market size, from 2020 to 2024, our market has increased by 3%. It has increased by 3%. And one good thing about our product, it's in high demand. It's in high demand.
Because we built our solution to have a recurring business model, it makes our customer lifetime value to be very massive. I'm very happy to share that within 2 years of operation, we have been able to recycle 5,000 waste plastic bottles, which is currently impacting over 30,000 rural dwellers in rural communities. Also, we have provided 12 jobs to rural women and youths who manage those stations.
Through the help of the prize money, we want to build 2 smart solar charging stations, and this is going to help to empower 1,000 children and women. And we're also going to integrate the MTN Momo in our various platforms through the IoT, and also plan to have the charging station managers to become Momo agents. We are a team of change makers writing the African story. We have background in engineering, finance, and technology. Finally, I want to tell you a story of hope, the power of little things. Just from a little crazy idea in my small room, never thought to be outstanding. Remember Mama Joy, Mama Ginika I told you about, from impacting her lives, we are now impacting thousands in her community. This is a story of hope. This is security. This is education. Thank you.
Cheers. And guess what? This time around, we are distributing 500 one plastic torches to different families. Stay tuned. You will love it.
But it's from our own pocket, Kaiseme, every single thing I am at this village. Nobody is sponsoring us, not even the government. What's on?
Obodo mụtara na parị maka na o metara anya ọfụma n'ọkụ mmiri.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was so powerful that you're making use of what's available in your community and creating almost that reuse effect, and we can see the impact and the ripple effect. I just had a question for you around just you spoke about the fees that you charge for recharging and the fees for obtaining the youth. Just take us a little bit through what are the costs to produce it versus what you charge, and how do you ensure profitability going forward?
All right, thank you so much for your question. So basically, how we do it is that when we go to those rural communities, we build those smart solar charging stations. And our business model works in a way where it's a freemium approach, because those people, for them to actually be able to change from the candles they are using or from the non-rechargeable battery solution they are using, it takes a whole lot. So what we do is that we give them the solution. It's a free product. We give them free. Why it's free? Because we are building these things from waste plastic bottles and waste laptop batteries, making the production cost to be way affordable. Now we give them this solution, they enjoy the solution, they embrace the solution. We are creating two things, accessibility and affordability, right? So when they start using the solution, they come to our charging stations to charge these solutions. And that means that just one of these lanterns, they use the lanterns for, some of them have been using the lanterns for like 2 years. One lantern keeps creating recurring revenue without us pushing more solutions into these communities. And the interesting thing is that we can be able to track how many of these lanterns they charge every single day. We can be able to track the revenue. And from there, we pay the rural women who manage those charging stations their salary. Yeah.
Is that working? Thank you. Yeah, just as a follow-up question to that. The product, the lantern's free, and then you charge for the charging. The actual charging station, how is that cost covered?
All right. So how the cost is covered is that the cost is covered by from the charging fee. And we have noticed a significant improvement in terms of the revenue, because it takes us 5 months to break even for each of the particular charging stations. And currently, we are out of demand, because when we enter these communities, we go to this. The last time we went was about 1,000 products. Immediately, it was finished immediately. And this is a community of 250,000 people. We cannot even be able to meet up to the demand of the solution. And currently, we are like the only solar energy company that can be able to pilot into a rural community in Nigeria as it stands now and be able to get revenue from it back.
On. So great. Thank you very much for your pitch. I have a question around the collecting of plastic, because to make something like this, you need quite a fair amount. And I'm wanting to understand what's the collection points like? How do you manage to collect all of that plastic to make this a profitable business? Thanks.
All right. So how it works is that we have the first stage, which is the collection. The second stage is the build-up process, and the third stage is the distribution, where we go to these communities, right? So currently in Nigeria, we have various workshops and various centers where we build these charging stations. These our workshops where they build the lanterns. So we have not even paid for the plastics. One is that the plastics are everywhere. Then the drainage lines, people actually bring their own for us, come and take. We don't have anything to do with it, right? So now the interesting thing is that there's a lot of out-of-school children in Nigeria, and I happen to be one of them while growing up, right? So I didn't have access to better education, right? So because of that, it was my dream that I can be able to get these out-of-school children, instead of them moving around the streets, I enroll them in the workshop. Because one thing that is super important is the mindset. When we get them into the workshop, we try to redefine their mindset. We teach them technology. We teach them how to build these things. So they keep building the lanterns. With time, we send them back to school. We enroll another set of people. Then when we are done, we take the lanterns, we transport them to the communities. Sometimes we don't even go ourselves. We send them over to them. And before it's reaching the community, it's finished.
Sorry, maybe just on the children. I want to know how you work with them again. Please just explain how you work with the children again.
Okay, so basically how it works is that, we have out-of-school children in Nigeria, right? So what we do is that instead of them moving around the streets, we enroll them in our various workshops, right, in Nigeria. So we train them, make sure we meet their parents. We try to train these children, try to give them mindset development and capacity building, right? So at the end of their training programs, we put those children back to school from the money they have been able to generate, because those plastics they are making is generating revenue in those communities. So from there, we empower those children, right? So our business works in a way whereby it's impact driven as well. It's also a scalable business too.
Okay, perfect. What part of your business is grant funded? What part of your business is grant funded?
Grant funded.
Yeah.
Grant funded. I don't understand.
Yeah. Donor. Do you receive any donations?
Yeah, basically, yeah. A lot of people still come to us. They will be like they want to be a CSR program for their organizations, and we still accept them as well. In as much as we still accept them, the business also tries to make money on its own as well.
Okay. Your ask, I think it's around $7,000, and you've got a market opportunity of about 1.2 billion somewhere there. There's a kind of a mismatch, because I think what you're asking for and the target market, I think it's the variance is a bit too much. Is there a way of maybe looking at your ask? Because obviously we're looking at the fact that you can scale this product. So maybe the question is more on the ask. Is that realistic?
Okay. So basically, we tailor the ask in a way whereby the ask can actually be reachable, comparing what we are trying to pitch for, right? So we are trying to tell you that if you're able to give us so amount of grants, that this is what it's going to achieve. That's why we actually tailor the ask in a way whereby it can actually make sense when we pitch it to judges.
Okay, I know we're really out of time. You haven't. I want to understand one bit. So there's a grant aspect and there's a business side. What's the percentages? How do they look?
So basically, for the business part is 80%. The grant part is 20%. We actually don't even spend much time on the grant aspect. We are looking at building the business. So we focus more on the business. But when the grant comes in, we fish it into the business.
Yeah, and lastly, you spoke about your break-even. Do you have a number for that?
Yes. So basically, the charging station cost us around 2.5 million naira to build for each of the. Sorry for using that. So for each of the ones, sorry. So every single day, it makes 20,000 naira for each of the charging stations. It has the capacity to make 20,000 naira or more, right? So if you keep multiplying those things, it's a recurring revenue. And by the end of the year, we've already recovered that money. right? So that's actually how the business works. So the more we keep pushing lanterns into these communities, the more we keep getting money. Yeah.
Well done, guys. Thank you so much. I think it's very clear that passion runs very deep within these ideas. It's not just a science project or anything like that. It's something that is very personal to them. Well done. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. Up next, we have our second place winner from Zambia for his Yaka e-waste recycling. It is a facility safely dismantling and recycling electronic waste to reduce toxic dumping. Thank you, Chilumba Mutale. Just a quick announcement. You have 8 minutes. I will be sitting here at 8 minutes. I will just announce that your time has come to an end.
Hi, my name is Chilumba Mutale, Innovations Lead at Yaka Investment Limited. How many of us here have cell phones? Almost everyone, right? I have exciting news for you. Did you know that the phone that you have can even be more valuable than some gold mines out there? And yet in Africa, when it dies, it eventually ends up in the landfill. At least 95% chance. Electronic waste is a growing crisis across the globe. E-waste is disposed almost every day in our households. We are talking of things like dead remotes, dead power plugs, and dead adapters, power cables, and many more things. These are things that are disposed daily. And growing up, I always felt there was something more valuable that we are burying underground. And to affirm that, a recent study has shown that electronic waste can actually be recycled. The global crisis is big. In 2019, the global production of electronic waste was at 53.6 metric tons, and it is projected to be around 110 metric tons by the year 2050. Funny enough, in 2022, we produced 62 million tons of electronic waste, and only 22% was recycled globally. The numbers are even worse in Africa. E-waste is a big threat to our environment. It contains toxic substances such as lead, mercury, and cadmium. These can be very toxic to our environment and human health. We are here talking about water, energy, and food. And e-waste has a direct impact and indirect impact on each of these. Let's pick on water, for example. E-waste has toxic substances. And when you bury it, these toxic substances can leach into our water systems. Groundwater causing contamination in our water systems, making water unsafe for all. For example, battery leaches can leach into our rivers and lakes and cause a very big harm on aquatic life. And yet, improper disposal of e-waste is common across the globe. That picture you see over there is the biggest dump site in Zambia, Lusaka, Chunga dump site. So even if you separate waste at your house, they'll just mix everything and take to the dump site, exposing women and children to these harmful substances. Our solution is a clean, sustainable, and emission-free recycling plant. So we've built a new technology. This is an innovation. We've built a recycling plant that recycles e-waste in a clean way. It only uses water, emission-free, mark that word. So we are championing local recycling of e-waste, and we are giving our minerals a second chance to live. So just like WWF, MTN, Deloitte, and many other partners on the PachiPanda, we are promoting board sustainable climate action. So we are also contributing to 4 different United Nations SDGs. So let's go through this video. So our process involves crushing e-waste. So we are at the moment only recycling copper. So what we do is this component you see right here contains at least 90% of copper, all the motherboards. So we crush them in the crusher, then they come down to this, that's the shaker table. So this shaker table uses the principle of density to separate the material from the water. So by so doing, this is a closed loop system, so we don't leach anything into the environment. Okay, our business model involves ethically sourcing copper and supplying it back to metal processing companies. So what you see in the middle there, that's the crusher. We collect waste from different companies in Zambia. Then we recycle it and sell it. So our model also involves educating our communities, school-going children, about the dangers of improper e-waste disposal. By so doing, we are building a generation that is aware, and we are preparing for the future. Apart from that, for every ton of e-waste that we recycle, we are cutting 3 to 5 tons of carbon emission. The market is very impressive. The Finnish report done recently in Zambia, 2023 by Tandem, showed that Zambia produces 138,000 tons of e-waste. That's actually enough e-waste to fill up to 200 football stadiums. Just imagine that. So we estimate a market potential of 30% with our recent addition to our recycling plant, meaning that we'll be able to recycle 40,000 tons of e-waste every year. So last year, we started last year. This is a new innovation. We recycled 3 tons of e-waste, recovering up to 900 kgs of copper. So what has been there is a linear kind of arrangement, where our mines mine the copper, metal processing companies use it to make electronics, but then once they're dead, they go to the landfill. So we are making it more of a circular arrangement, where the dead electronics will be used again. So in terms of competition, most of the electronic waste recycling companies in Africa, actually, they depend on the export market. So they'll collect the waste and export it. But both you and I know that recycling locally with our own technology is more sustainable and even more profitable than taking to the export market. So we are compliant, highly compliant with all the regulators on board. The Zambia Environmental Management Agency has approved our technology as safe for the environment. So let's look at our financials. The cost of goods sold for acquiring 1 ton of e-waste is 15,000 kwacha, which we then sell for 50,000 kwacha, giving us a gross profit of 35,000 kwacha. So last year was our first year. Our EBIT is in the negatives because this was more like our first trial, but we expect it to increase and be steady around the year 2027. We have a very experienced team in line of electronics engineers, chemical engineers, climate experts, and many others. So, today I present a case to you. We've invested in a fully functioning e-waste recycling plant, a technology that works. So we are looking for a total investment of 10,000 kwacha to boost our collection of electronic waste, because this is where we're facing a challenge. So this money will be spent on information and awareness campaigns, formal collection points, and transportation. This business model has already been tested, and it's actually showing positive figures. With that being said, I invite you all to join Yaka on this sustainable journey to make Africa a better place for all. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is that working? Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned a challenge around the actual collection of the waste. I mean, your figures show there's an awful lot of waste produced in Zambia. but that's one of your challenges, is getting it. Can you expand on that a little bit more? And at the same time, are you collecting that waste just in sort of Lusaka and the big towns, or is it something you could expand to the whole of the country?
All right. Thank you so much for that question. So e-waste collection. First of all, we are not in Lusaka. We are in the Copper Belt. Okay. So right now, the waste that we can easily get is that which is found by corporates and private corporates. We've tried to make contacts with government institutions with a lot of electronic waste. So it's an issue that involves a lot, regulations. So it's a long process for us to acquire the electronic waste. We have to go through, it has to be listed out, and all these complications. So that's why the problem is. At the same time, right now as a startup, it's difficult to tap into e-waste that is produced at household level. But that's why we are moving into. With that, we are trying to set up collection points where we'll be able to do e-waste campaigns so that people are aware about the dangers of e-waste, and we make them feel they are important in this recycling cycle. So most people don't know, and that's what we are trying to do, making them aware, as well as trying to put them in the ecosystem. Yes.
On. So thanks for your presentation, really great. I see that you're focusing on corporates to collect your e-waste. I'm wanting to understand, how will you connect with, besides at household level, the communities and the people in living, the communities that can benefit from that. I'm really interested in how your solution has been. Have you engaged with anybody within the community, and how did that journey begin? Has this purely been a business idea between you and your startup? And I just want to check, how is this, because it's a big issue, and it not only affects corporates, it affects the whole of society. So I'm wanting to understand how, if you have engaged other sectors of society besides just the campaigns that you wanna do now with the funding. Yeah, thanks. Hope my question was clear.
Yeah, very much clear. So that's actually what we are working on. So we first started by analyzing, if waste does not go to the landfill, where does it go? So when this phone is poured, first things first, I'll think of a repairer. I'll take it to the repairer. Probably they'll tell me, no, the engine isn't working, so we have to change it. We get a new one. Then they'll remain with the dead engine. And after doing a survey, we actually found out that there are whole piles in the repairers' shops of things that they can't use. So we've then started having conversations with these people if we can more like partner, because they more like receive e-waste from the communities. But also tapping into e-waste that is produced at household level, apart from the campaigns, it's very difficult. Because quite all right, Zema has said e-waste is hazardous. So what? People don't follow that. Waste management companies just mix up everything. I think that also has to do with weak policy enforcement. So our journey needs a lot of partners to come on board. A lot of, it's not something that we can fight alone. It needs government, it needs regulators, it needs law enforcement. But right now we are trying to do what we can to collect the waste that we can manage and advocating for e-waste recycling. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry. What's your output again? Just go back to your numbers. So you said you've done 3 tons?
Yes.
And the price of copper today, do you know how much that is? Okay, I'll tell you. It's about $13,000 per ton.
Okay.
Then I see that you're looking for You're looking for 10,000. So already, in terms of your production, I have a challenge with the amount you're looking for and how much you're able to raise. So maybe the question would be, is the 3 tons production for a year, or for what period of time did you produce the 3 tons?
Okay, so the whole technology, we started it last year. And that's why we did 3 tons, because it was more like our first time trying to get it going. So the 3 tons, and by the way, this is not pure copper that we're selling. This is like a copper slag, because there are also other minerals here. Though on the circuit boards, the more than 90% copper. So it's up to the metal processing companies that we sell to now to do the purifications and further metrics. So the $10,000 we're asking for is to boost more of our collection, because we had to do 3 tons because of how difficult it is to collect electronic waste. Most especially last year, because it was the first year. But this year, we are projecting to do 5 tons in each quarter. So that is really going to help us.
Okay, and maybe just, so let's go back on the copper content. So your product, how much copper is in there?
So from what we've done, 90%, more than at least 90% copper. Yes.
And where do you sell that copper?
So there are a lot of metal processing companies in Zambia. Specifically, the 3 tons we sold it to Zamchin, and this is a market that is readily available. If you search in Zambia, every month, almost every month, there are stories of people getting electrocuted because they are trying to steal copper cables to go and sell. So for us, we are doing this in a way that is legally right. So the market on the other side is already there. What is remaining is the acquisition, of which we know we are going to find a way soon.
Thank you so much. I think I always talk about waste and electronic waste being a silent opportunity on the continent. So you've touched on a very important topic. I want to start first with the behavioral elements. I understand your target audience currently is corporates, as the panel has also clarified with you. And you're trying to sort of start to look at consumers, like people in households and so forth. Now, unlike Europe, Africans are different. We struggle to let go of that phone or anything that's not working, because we always think, oh, we'll give it to someone, we'll fix it and give it to someone. So how would you try, as part of, you've said a lot of the money you want is to go for consumer education. How are you going to convince people to change their mindsets and behaviors to see benefit in recycling? What kind of levers would you use beyond education alone?
Yeah, so on that one, I think it's something that we are still reflecting on. But for us, our focus is what can we get? Quite all right, we are doing these awareness campaigns because we actually figured out that there's a knowledge gap out there. Most of the people don't know. And I don't know about the rest of my African brothers, but in Zambia, we have this tendency of holding on to things. The TV doesn't work, you've taken it everywhere, it can't work, but you're still keeping it. So that's something that we also don't have answers to that. But the question is, what can we get? What can we get from the repairers? How can we divert that which goes to the landfills? How can we get small things like cables, power plugs? So these are solutions that we are looking for. So it's about avoiding it being buried and going to the landfill, and try to divert it into recycling. Of course, we can't convince everyone. There's always going to be someone holding a TV for 2 centuries.
I think we all have a used cell phone at home that we can donate to this lovely cause. Just a reminder to the contestants, I will be sitting here just to flag you at your 8-minute mark. I'll do it a minute before that. And then to our judges as well, I will flag you at 7 minutes or just before that. We're just going to take a few minutes to give our judges a little bit of time to rally up. But I have a fun fact. I don't know if you'd call it a fun fact if you guys are into geology. Maybe not, or just a fact. But the Messina copper mine in Limpopo is a major mining operation, and they have roughly 700,000 tons of copper they've mined between 1906 and 1992. So I think we can give the Messina copper belt a bit of a break and just ship all of our used cell phones to Zambia. I think so. So for the next 2 minutes, I think we can play some music, just calm ourselves, dance around in your seats, or stand up and dance if you want to. I'll join you. There we go. Our judges are all caught up. Our next presenter will be from Cameroon, our first place winner, Mr. Arno Njita, for their entrance STEM kit. A powerful solution that converts plastic waste into 3D printing STEM kits, helping young people build skills in renewable energy, robotics, and sustainable engineering while reducing waste.
See here, kid. You gotta just go for it. Don't think about what comes after or what came before. You just gotta bend your knees, take a deep breath and jump. And you might think, what if I fall? Well, what if you don't? What if you fly?
Sorry. Right. Good morning, esteemed members of the jury. I'm called Jita Arnold from Cameroon, and I'm the promoter of the STEM Kid project called Entron. So just for context, STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Back in 2020, my team and I made an interesting discovery. Driven by a passion to empower young kids and youths with digital technologies and skills, we made an interesting discovery. We visited several schools and several secondary and primary schools to train these youths with these digital skills. And we got to discover that most of them found it really difficult understanding the concepts that were being taught using STEM kits or STEM educational kits that were imported from abroad. So this birthed a curiosity in us. How could we make this learning more easier or more comprehensible? But before I proceed, I would like to make mention of some statistics. In 2024, the African toy market was valued at about 16 billion US dollars, and it is projected to move to 22.9 billion US dollars by 2035. Also, it is worth noting that 80% of toys used in Africa are currently imported from abroad. On the other hand, Africa currently produces about 17 million tons of plastic waste annually, and this has led to over 350,000 lives lost. This brings us to three main problems. There's a high market opportunity, job opportunities lost due to massive importation. Existing educational STEM tools are complex and not really built according to our local context. And there's an increasing growing rate of plastic waste with low recycling rates. Now you might be asking yourself, what's the relationship between toys and plastic waste? I present to you the Entron STEM Kit. This is a solution, a circular system we've built that transforms plastic waste into filament, which we use for 3D printed robotic parts of our STEM kits. We design and manufacture these STEM kits ourselves to train and teach youth about skills such as coding, electronics, robotics, sustainability, and renewable energy. So far, we have been able to recycle over 5,000 plastic bottles, reducing about 400 kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions. We have also been able to train over 6,000 youths, and our STEM kits is currently used across 2 countries, that is in Cameroon and in Liberia. Who are we targeting? We are targeting schools, we are targeting NGOs, development, youth programs, STEM labs, and makerspaces. What's our main go-to-market strategy? By visiting schools and offering free trainings and workshops, and in return, through the value and experience they gain, they get to contact us to purchase our STEM kits. We are looking at a market size here of about 2.4 million US dollars, niching down into the STEM market. We currently have competitors like Arduino, Snap Circuits, and what makes us really stand out is that we make use of plastic waste reuse. Our kit is made out of solar components, and it is affordable and easy to use. We are currently reducing the gap in STEM education while solving the problem of plastic waste management. Our business model, we generate revenue through the sales of our STEM kits and through the sale of filament, which is recycled from plastic waste. We also offer training services as well as a service. And we also have a STEM kit trade-in program where our customers get to contact us with damaged parts from our STEM kits, and in return, we sell our STEM kits at a discounted rate just to ensure that these recycled materials doesn't end up in our environment. These are students currently using our STEM kits across Cameroon and Liberia. Last year, we were opportune to work with UNDP in Liberia to train over 60 students with our STEM kits. By targeting these 4 SDG goals, especially climate action and quality education, we are strongly contributing to social and environmental impact. by reducing the amount of carbon dioxide emissions and empowering youths with digital skills. These are testimonials from our customers. These are financial breakdown from the year 2025, highlighting the direct costs and expenses and the revenue we generated. In 2026, we intend to generate about $51,000 with a net profit margin of about 63%. We are currently seeking a funding of $250,000 to reduce about 5,000 kilograms of plastic waste in our environment, to impact over 50,000 students and scale across 8 African countries by 2028. According to our roadmap and milestones, we are looking to work with educational ministries to integrate our STEM kits into the national curriculum. We also intend to use part of the money won from the Cameroon PachiPanda challenge to invest into solar panels, which will make our production process more sustainable and eco-friendly. We have a very young and dynamic team made up of experts with over 8 years of experience in specialized fields like STEM education, product development, hardware engineering, and electrical and electronic engineering. We also have business and finance mentors with technical advisors as well. Join us in shaping Africa's future, where every child has the tools required to build, to dream, and to innovate. Thank you.
Thank
the
you.
video. Plastic waste, as you can see, and this is a plastic bottle which was recycled. So the robot parts that you see is made from recycled bottles like this. And we also sell here we have the recycling machine which we use to convert bottles into plastic. So I'll just try to make that work. Our step comes in 2 versions. We have the Entron Ignite Kit for children from ages of 6, and we have the Inventor Kit which is more advanced and makes use of programmable coding.
I think just a couple of questions. Firstly, you've shown a model that has worked beyond, Cameroon, obviously into Liberia. You've got a very deliberate growth strategy, and you mentioned going into 8 countries. And when I looked at your financials, I saw that your transportation, so your delivery cost is quite high.
Okay.
As you scale, and I saw, how much money you need to scale, how would you try and reduce those transportation costs? Would you put manufacturing facilities in each of those countries, or would you create a hub? How do you bring down your costs a little bit so that over time you can scale into those 8 countries with ease?
All right, thank you very much for the question. Firstly, we intend according to our milestones and roadmap, like we mentioned, we intend to expand across 8 African countries. And we intend to do that by installing innovation hubs in these various countries, whereby we will have some of these machines that recycle plastic bottles into, if we have them in these different countries, that will, and they'll be making use of plastic bottles that are found maybe in landfills around the oceans, in areas like that. Yes, and additionally, excuse me. Additionally, we also intend to partner with local companies that are into e-waste repurposing, like they actually use scrap materials to transform it into. So instead of importing some of these electronic components from abroad or China, we intend to partner with these local companies so that we can get those specific components directly from our local market and make use of them to develop our STEM kits.
Please, let's look at the numbers again. So maybe I'm trying to look at the fixed costs. I think you've got a very high fixed cost component, although it's not really showing. Because what you have, you've got your direct costs and your operation costs, which are very high, and probably is what Marina was talking about in the first year. And I've seen that it's gone down in 2025, then started going up in 2026, 2027, up to 2028. Is there any reason to why that is?
All right. So in 2024, this direct cost is not only in our operational expenses is not only directly related with the STEM kit, it is a combination of the expenses related with the STEM kit and the training services we offer as well. So through the training services, we usually work with a lot of volunteers and trainers and facilitators that work with us. And so that accounts for the reason why, because we get to give them some stipends, so that's part of the operational expenses that makes it really high. But with respect to the STEM kit, it is not that high. And in 2024, we actually hired a lot of facilitators and volunteers, but it was not really effective. So in 2025, we reduced the number of volunteers we were working with, and the trainers were more, just selected. So we were trying to cut down on those operational costs by reducing the number of persons we were working with, and we still delivered and created more impact.
Okay, maybe just an additional question.
Yes, sir.
I see that your net margin averages about 50%.
Yes, sir.
I would think you are good to go to a bank. Why would you want to come to a PachiPanda or this kind of money?
Sorry, sir, I didn't quite.
I'm saying I'm looking at your margin, your net margin. It's
Yes.
averaging about 50%.
Yes.
Even actually 50% is an understatement. We're looking at 60%. So which means that you are able to access capital from anywhere else other than such competitions. Maybe the question is, have you ever tried? And why are you looking at such platforms?
If I get your question right, you're asking, you're saying, sorry, please.
So what I'm saying is, when you look at your margins, right? So your net margin in 2024 is 33%.
Yes, sir.
2025, 58%.
Yes, sir.
So which means that you are able to distribute your profit to providers of capital, in this case, debt or equity. So I'm asking, have you been to the bank?
Not really. Most of the funds, part of the additional funds that enable us to be able to generate such impact is from grants. We got some grants from UNDP through our holiday training program we usually organize every year. So through part of these grants, we're able to achieve that sort of net margin.
Okay, and what's your composition in your revenue? What's grant, what's sales?
Sorry?
In your top line, your revenue, what
Yes.
is grant and what is revenue?
Okay, so most of the grants, we didn't really get any grants in 2025. Most of the grants we got were earlier, back in 2022 from the Future African Leaders Foundation. And through these grants, we got to set up our space and buy some machines. And that's part of the money that has been invested back in 2024 to 2025.
Great. So mainly the grant funding was your startup costs and your capex.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, excellent. I'm interested in the Unipod link because most of the Unipods have 3D printers and a whole lot of other exciting, innovative, and also it's specifically built to help young entrepreneurs. I'm interested to hear what support UNDP provided to you as an entrepreneur in your journey. Thanks.
All right. So we didn't really get our support directly from the Unipod because the grants we got was in Cameroon. So this holiday training program we organize every year. The resident representative of UNDP got to attend our holiday training program, and he saw the impact that the kids we were training were able to. And so it really piqued his interest. He was really inspired by it and decided to support us with $25,000 every year to support the training program. So that's actually how UNDP got to support us, and that's what we've been trying to do to ensure that our business grows and is sustainable. Thank you.
I'm going to ask one very quick question because I know we're out of time. Thank you. Just want to understand your sort of broader community impact. I mean, obviously the education of the children and what you're exposing to them is great, achieving great impact. But in terms of the broader community and society, the number of jobs created through the value chain or through the process, what sort of numbers are we looking at there?
All right, so every year, through the holiday training program, we get to work with a lot of volunteers, trainers, and facilitators because we in our core team, we are just about 10. And to handle such in these different locations, these training programs across these different locations is really tedious. So we have been able to work with about 5 trainers in Marua. In Bamenda, we got to work with about 10 trainers. In Boya, we work with 25 facilitators. And so the number comes to around 60. So I've been able to impact or create opportunities for about 60 persons. Thank you.
That was really lovely. I love that the project introduces STEM at an early age. I think all of our youth within Africa deserves to be taught all of these things from young. So we're just going to give the judges a few more minutes, but just to announce the next presenter so that she can hype herself up. We're going to have our 3rd place winner from Zambia, Miss Agatha Mwansa, for her fame innovation. I expect you to be famous. Her project is converting waste into clean energy fire blocks and alternatives that reduce deforestation and household fuel costs. I think one thing that we might realize is that a lot of these projects come from different people, different cultures, different backstories and countries, but we can see that if we integrate well enough, we might have a really winning solution here in our hands. Judges, shall we give you more time? Are you okay? Okay, can get started.
I'm wearing a chitenge from Zambia as a representation or as respect for my grandmother who died in 2023 in unclear circumstances. I watched her brooder chicks and have sleepless nights, as well as spend most of her time in the brooder with unlit charcoal. So to me, I've remained with the question, was it because of emission poisoning, or was it a natural death? But something stood out that she did. We had 2 cows at the farm, and she would actually get cow dung and turn it into small little balls that she would use for brooding. So when she did that, I saw her sleep better, and also it burned longer. So she didn't have to face so many emissions, I guess, and she didn't have so many headaches. Because of that, I tried to improvise our innovation with different tests of different alternatives waste. And I ended up making something sustainable, which is the flagship, the Inkoni product line. My name is Agatha Mumba Mwasa, and I'm the founder of Flame Innovations Limited, a climate-smart enterprise that is transforming waste into alternative energy. Amongst many African problems that we have, 3 stood out for me because they are close to home. The first one being load shedding and power cuts for both poultry farmers as well as households, and the next being unmanaged waste as well as deforestation. Okay. So I understand that there's competition. Obviously, there's LPG gas, there's charcoal and firewood, and we have infrared lights as well as heaters as alternative for brooding. But charcoal and firewood is the major or the core distributor to deforestation. Our solution is the Inkoni product line, which comprises of 4 intertwined products. The first one being our flagship, which is compressed from biomass and then turned into blocks, which last for 12 hours maximum in burning period. That is a motivation from my grandmother who couldn't sleep. So I wouldn't want to see another grandmother go through that and the grandchild that remains with so many questions. It comes with adjacent solutions, which is the Inkoni braziers, customized to fit it. It's multi-purpose. This is the one. Multi-purpose for both brooding as well as cooking. It has got a block holder which you can put inside for heat, regulated heat, and outside for maximum heat distribution. Then it comes with firelighters for easy ignition as well as ash scouring powder. It is made from waste, and then it is complemented with the 3 adjacent solutions. Our social impact is that we've managed to empower 80 women in Madido Ward, and also youths, about 60 of them in brazier production. We're contributing to the UN SDGs 5, 7, 12, and 13. And our environmental awareness is that I have an Inkoni radio show at Mane FM, which I raise awareness about the transition from traditional to alternatives. And so far, we have used about 2,972 tons of waste that we've converted into biomass. We are currently also working with MTN because they got a directive to say they should destroy 70 million of scratch cards. So we're trying to work with them to try and see if we can repurpose and then test it. If it works, then we'll be able to help Airtel as well as Zamtel. We are legalized, and Zema, although we haven't been given a Zema license because of our location, we're still waiting for that. And other regulations, we've also gone to that. We've created jobs for youths as well as women. Our market validation is, in Africa, we understand to say, according to the 2025 UN statistics, it stands at 1.55 billion of people. And 85% of that population is available. Why? Because Africa is full of peri as well as rural areas. Now, we don't want to obtain all that market. We're only looking at 5 to 10% in the Zambian market, which has got about 22 million, according to ZAM statistics. Our business model is B2B as well as B2C. In the B2B, we have the likes of agrovets, to mention but a few, and in the B2C, we have got poultry farmers, households, as well as events. Our current financials are so interesting, especially for a startup. In 2024, we ended with a turnover of 233,128 Zambian kwacha, which is slightly above $11,000. That is because we underrated the impact on energy poverty that is in Zambia. But when we tested, everybody responded, thus we had a huge demand. Although we had a huge loss in 2024, which led us to start improving on our infrastructure as well as machinery and reduced on production for 2025. That's why we declined in the net profit margin. Our financial projection is that at least by 2028, we should increase by 55%. Achievements, we've sold over 20 units of fire blocks so far. We've sold over 309 braziers. We've created over 150 indirect jobs through Madido Cooperative. We've also partnered with GSP Betting, Charleston Market, Cabanana Market for waste collection. We have bought an industrial machine which will move our production from 300 every other day to 1,500 per hour. And we have also acquired our first production site and won the MTN PachiPanda Innovation Challenge, third runner-up 2025. Oh, four. Yeah, 5. Our ask is at $21,000 US. That will help us to buy an industrial dryer and reduce our drying process from 7 to 14 days to 20 hours, which will increase our sales and distribution. Then we also want to finalize on the legal aspect with everything that is remaining, the testing and everything else. And then 5,000 will go to operation costs. And then we also want to install a solar installation so that we don't try, we be off grid. Our team comprises of me, who's the founder and skilled director, creative director, all thanks to my grandmother. And then next is Mr. Liao Piri, who's the co-founder and general manager. Mr. Paul Mtobo, who's head of production. And together we have 19 years experience. I would love to borrow the words of my favorite mentor, Mr. Tony Ilumelu, who said, African problems shouldn't be discussed in distant boardrooms. We are solving an African problem in an African familiar way, which has been accepted. Therefore, join us in solving this. And I would seek indulgence to come close to the judging panel. Please, this is not a bribe. This is our Inkuni ash scouring powder, which you can use for cleaning your pots and pans. It's not, it doesn't discriminate, even men are welcome. There you go. This is a byproduct of the fire block when it's bent out. So we have a zero ecosystem. We're not contributing anything to the waste sector. On that note, I would love to say thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Great end-to-end use of no waste. Perfect. You mentioned up front, obviously, sort of the competing fuel sources. So there's competitors in the market. What you're trying to do. So what is your unique selling point? Is it a price point, or is it the environmental, health, social aspects?
All right. So first of all, when we talk about charcoal production and firewood, which is the major core for this startup, we have a ban that is going on in Zambia as we speak to say no charcoal production because we've seen the impact on climate change. Yes, so those are not even our competitors. Yeah, at this point, we actually close gates because we ran out. So we close gates. Therefore, with charcoal, there's no competition. And then with others that are similar to us, they are using foreign kind of materials, whilst others are locally sourced. So for us, we use locally sourced materials. We've partnered with markets, and we incorporate that into the fire block, so it's completely eco-friendly. And then 2, it has got a longer burning period than anything similar on the market. Anything similar on the market burns up to 5 hours. Ours goes up to 12 hours. I have it here, so I'm leaving it behind so that it can be tested. Yes. Yeah, so that's our main competitive advantage. Locally sourced materials and then longer burning period.
Thank you very much. I love how your grandmother planted that seed and you're taking it forward and passing the baton on. I have two questions. Firstly, you spoke about the number of jobs created, and just double click a little bit more around that. Is that upskilling for product understanding or upskilling for sales purposes? Can you just clarify a little bit on that job perspective is the question, the first one. And then secondly, just give us a little bit of an idea of the size of the market you currently have. Are you within certain areas, and how do you see that spreading into more areas, more communities going forward?
Okay, so the first one, in my community, we have a lot of women and youths that, first of all, the women that don't have anything to do, and most of them even go through abusive situations because they don't have a choice. So those are my targets, to try and empower them to have an alternative. So I teach them a skill, and then how it comes back to me is, I'm not the one who I don't leave that for them to like hold on to the product. They give it to me at 100 kwacha. I don't know how much that is in dollar. And then I top up a little bit when reselling. Yeah, so it's like they're selling to me, but I've taught them where to get the material from and all that. And then for the youths as well, same situation. And then for the market, so I'll tell you a very funny story. In 2024, when we started, we involved a marketing company, okay, to help us run the socials. And then we had a first big consignment of 10,000 units to go 5 towns away from where we produce from. And we were so excited. We got the down payment and put everything on a wagon, and everything broke in transit. So we had to send our team and our little mod, because it's manual, leaving us with no product and no production. It taught us a great lesson, even if it added so much on our revenue, but it taught us that we only have a working prototype, which needs a bit of refinement when it comes to its strength. So we have market everywhere. We get calls even as far as Zimbabwe. I have receipts. We get calls from everywhere in Zambia. So the market is high, especially because Africa is full of peri-urban and rural areas, and those are the main users of charcoal. So this alternative is not new to them. It's very familiar. So we don't even need to like market anything. Yes.
Okay, maybe just a quick question for me. So I'm looking at a transition from charcoal to your product. Is there any other product that would be advanced more than your product in terms of graduation? Because obviously we don't want people to remain using the similar type of energy.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And are you looking at that as well?
Yes. So there are better alternatives. I'll tell you, LPG gas, very better, clean, but then it's imported. And Africa has got, majority of the African community is not, let me say, what's the word? What's the better word? They are not learned enough or financially capable to use LPG gas every time. That's number one. And then on the aspect of it being safe, okay, I feel there's little awareness to how it's taught. In my own community, I've seen 2 houses blow up. One left a young widow, and then the other left a retiree with no investment. It's on news, what was on ZNBC. Yeah, so they're there, but I feel they're not as familiar and as cheaper. And then the main users of charcoal are not me, the end user that would want to use it. It's actually people that live on it as a livelihood for their money, for their income. So those are the main cause of deforestation. So if you tell them to say, no, you use LPG gas, they probably don't even know importation tax. But they know how to get into the forests and burn down charcoal. So if you go to them with an alternative to say, okay, we're banning this, but you have this to sell, to sustain yourself, they'll definitely transition.
Yeah, I think we've got 30 seconds. I can use that as well. Because I'm looking at scalability here.
Yes.
And you spoke about a big order that you had.
Yes.
How are you then looking at improving to ensure that maybe you can serve the big companies that do poultry? I think you gave an example of poultry, and I see that as a big opportunity.
Yes.
So are you serving one, or are you looking at serving such companies?
All right. Thank God you're from Zambia and you know livestock. So livestock has approached us, okay? For big orders. We turned down that because we are unable to supply, we're too small. So with that revenue that we made in 2024, we used all of it to buy an industrial machine from China. It's on a ship as we speak, and it lands in Zambia, or gets to Zambia by 22nd of March. So what that will mean is, it's customized, by the way, with our own dimensions. So we are moving from producing 300 every day or any other day to 1,500 per hour. So if we work 7 hours in a day, that's a lot. In a month, that's a lot. So we will no longer close doors to livestock or these other aggregates that want to work with us. We'll open doors, so that means millions. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I feel inspired now.
So I will leave this combination because I don't want to just talk and no action. If any poultry farmer can be given within South Africa, I'll be so happy. Yes, so that I can be called to come back.
Thank you. Agatha is expanding. Yes. I think you are a true example of, if at first you don't succeed, try again. Because this is your second year at the challenge. Our last picture for the first round of today, just to get you guys ready while our judges, are you guys done? Are you ready? Okay. Is another team effort. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. Is another team effort within our challenge from Uganda, our third place winners. We have Khanyesihe Pascal, Kigozi Kuyamu, and Yesiha Promise for the Eco Drop project. You guys are welcome to come to the stage. And this is a bottle for cash system rewarding responsible plastic disposal with airtime, data, and cash, turning recycling into daily action.
Hello, young African innovators. Good morning. Please allow me express my gratitude to M10 Uganda for their good program, the Yellow Care, that has extended their support to rural areas. And we standing here, that is one of the benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Pasco Kanyesije. I'm here with Martin Chigozi and Deli Kichambade, our mentor and our teacher. Recently, in August 2025, in Geneva, Switzerland, the world leaders met for the Global Plastic Treaty. But you know what? The talk ended in a deadlock. There was no final conclusion on how they are going to be handling the plastics. Ladies and gentlemen, in my hand, I'm holding a depth card. Did you know that it weighs 5 grams? Matthew Kappen, a professor in pharmaceutical science, after carrying out a study, he proved that in the human brain, there are 7 grams. And he said that if nothing is done, this value is estimated to increase 50% after 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, and it has been proven that today's babies, biologically, they are born with plastics. Therefore, I want you to believe that before the end of this speech, we shall all come to an agreement that the BFC solution can simply contribute to the reduction of the plastics in the human system. The WWF researchers, after carrying out studies, they proved that a healthy clean water body can provide a healthy meal to over 1 billion people every day and forever. But please, on a sad note, this sustainability has been destroyed away due to our practices of the poor disposal. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in Africa, from the plastics that is generated, only 80% is recycled and collected. In Uganda, only 60% is not collected. I meant like in Africa, 80 to 60 is not collected. Now, why is that portion not collected, yet we have good bottle collectors, good plastic collectors? This is because there is a lacking rewarding system even to the individuals with one bottle. I have, for example, like in our area, there is Mr. Matovu who is dealing in buying plastics. However, he buys in bulk, leaving those individuals with one bottle. And these are the people that end up dropping such bottles in the wrong places. And it ends up compiling all that percentage that is not collected. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me introduce to you the EcoDrop BFC solar-powered system that simply calls everyone, even with one bottle, to be rewarded dropping it in the right place. It transforms an environment hazard into an economic opportunity, and it is turning every littler into collector. Ladies and gentlemen, how does this system work? The system, you register with us using our agent. And then on using the BFC scans, the agent scans his ID in order to activate the system. And then the client scans his ID in order to go to his BFC account. And then later, he starts dropping in bottles. And for every bottle that is dropped, 1 point is awarded that is equivalent to Ugandan shilling 6. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to bring this one on board. We have been already in a prototype doing this, and it has shown a really measurable change in our community. Ladies and gentlemen, partnering with M10, it simply means that where it is very easy for someone to register themselves on their smartphones. That is getting the M10's API, and so that we can carry out all that process. Ladies and gentlemen, one BFC machine, let us see the impact that it can easily bring. One BFC machine in a day, it can collect 1,000 bottles. That simply means that it can collect 20 kilograms in a day. Annually, that is 7.3 tons of plastics. Now, if we are buying every kilogram at Ugandan shilling 500, which is US dollars 0.14, it simply means that selling it at 0.22 US dollars, we are making a profit margin of 30. And simply, 30 may look quite small, but our model, our solution is to impact fast.
and then the revenue is to back up. And then the grant that we may get, it is to accelerate. Now, if one BFC machine can do such a great job, then what about if we deploy 100 BFC in different places? This simply means that we are going to be collecting around 1 million bottles every day. So you can imagine how clean our environment can be having the BFC machine put in the place. What makes us stand out? It is a first of a unique BFC solution that calls for everyone to come and participate. Since we don't want bulk of kilograms of bottles, but we are looking at every individual with one bottle that whenever you drop in, you are being rewarded. And also what makes us to stand out, it is a first of a kind that is very unique in the way how it functions. We are using technology and we are really brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are brilliant. Yes, because we are calling everyone to come and participate. Please, this is a world crisis. When the world leaders met, they failed to come. So we cannot stand and wait for them until they come to put a plastic treaty. We have to stand and do something before the time elapses, before our world gets into damage. Therefore, this BFC machine, how does it benefit our community? Number one, we are putting agents on this BFC machine so that they can be paid, they can get some money. You participating and dropping in, you are getting some good money that easily you can get something to eat. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me tell you that the BFC solution, it is a better solution that is going to help us to stop the plastics in our African continent. Please allow me rest my case.
Thank you so much. And I quite like you've answered the question I had for one of the other candidates before, which was how would you incentivize a shift in behavior towards, recycling and so forth. So the incentive mechanism, I think, is one that would work because we know we'd all like to get something from doing the right thing. So thank you for that. The questions I had for you was, can you just talk us through who's the off-taker? Once you've collected it, who takes it from you, or where do you take it towards? And then just give me a little bit of an understanding of whether, would this be more applicable in a rural context, a peri-rural context, or more of an urban context? So that we kind of get a sense of how you'd scale over time. And then I think your agent model is quite of a good one, because then you have a high job creation kind of component and high uptake. So that was just more of a comment. My question is mostly your off-taker and then your context, urban versus rural and so forth.
Okay, thank you so much. That is quite a very brilliant message. But please allow me, I welcome my teacher to talk.
Thank you so much, Judge. This is a wonderful question. Already in Uganda, we have Eco Bricks, which buys, and we also have Takataka. They are into buying plastics, but for them, what they do, they only buy in bulk. You can't call them to come for your plastic if it is not in bulk. So what the BFC does, we are collecting. Even if you have one, bring it. So for us, if we have the tonnage that EcoBricks can come, we call them. Because on the first slide, we have our BFC is connected to a cage such that you can't steal what you put. And then we can pack it in the plastic bags like you have seen. And then when it is the right tonnage that EcoBricks can come, or Takataka, we invite them, they come and we sell to them, because for them they pay higher. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I have a question. I'm interested in the, so you said in the machine you will deposit your bottles and then you get credited with Zambian shillings, no kwacha. Sorry, with money. I can't. Oh, you in Uganda. Apologies.
Yes.
I wanted to check, how do you then access the money to buy things? Is it in the card? Do you take that card and you purchase with it? I wasn't. Maybe I didn't quite catch that. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Unfortunately, I don't know, we misplaced our client cards, maybe at the hotel, but I have one here. The other ones are quite big. A customer at the moment, all your profile is generated here when you register. So all your data is on this one at your profile. So when you want to get your money, you'll have to withdraw it with our agent. That is why we want the MTN API integration, Momo, such that you can withdraw it at your convenience. You can pay utilities like water bills in Uganda, electricity. You can even use it to buy data or airtime. So that is why we are here, is to negotiate a partnership with companies like MTN. They should employ our product such that any African, if it is in Uganda, it becomes a direct goal for financial inclusion, data traceability, and even the beverage companies like the data. How many are coming from Lake Victoria? How many at what time? When is consumption at a high rate? They need this data. So BFC will solve that. Thank you so much.
Maybe just a quick one. First of all, I have another research which says that the 7 grams you said is not correct. What would you say to that?
Yeah, I said that. Thanks so much for that question and for that research. Matthew Kappen is a professor in pharmaceutical science in New Mexico University. So he carried out an experiment that took him 10 years. And he proved that in the human brain, there are 7 grams.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Now, okay, well, my point is, I think I fear when we reference to one person than looking at a number of research that confirms your position. Because it's possible that as much as he's a very good professor, he can be wrong. Yeah. So it's when you throw out these numbers, ensure that we've got a spread, we've got a bigger number of research that confirm what you're saying. Back to maybe a bit more on I was trying to understand the card. What was the reference to the Visa card? And as you respond to that, what are you using for your customers as well? Is it plastic?
So thank you so much. So using that Visa card, I wanted to compare the quantity of the Visa card plus the quantity of the microplastics that we are having in the human brain. So one card, as you can see, it weighs 5 grams. And now, if in the human brain there are 70 grams, this simply puts us on a panic that we are having something greater than a credit card in our brain.
Perfect. Let's look at your business proposition. You said your margin is about 30%?
Yes.
Is this based on business already done, or is this a projection?
This one is based on the project that has been already done, but we have started initially after receiving the CD capital from the PachiPanda that we participated in Uganda. So we carried out a pilot study in our area, Kalangala district, Uganda, and we are awarding Ugandan shilling 10 to every one bottle and to every person that brought. So really we saw a measurable, visible reduction, and we determined that by doing this every day and getting this amount of bottles, we are able to get 30% as our profit margin.
And maybe I could have missed it. What is your ask in terms of funding?
So our terms, what we are asking, number one, we want to, because
when we see at the 600 metric tons of plastics generated every day in our country, and only 60% is not collected and recycled. So what will be our ask? Number one, we want to put 100 BLC in different areas so that we can be able to reach on our target of collecting the 7,000 and the 500 tons annually. And the second thing is that since we are going to be handling people's transactions and all that, handling people's data, so we need a stronger ICT system that can simply handle that. And that one puts us higher because we are capable of having the real data of how the plastics are consumed, they are distributed in the community.
No, thanks.
Thank you, guys. By a show of hands, oh, are we all good? Okay. Who's feeling brilliant today? Show your hand. Okay, thank you so much. I think, okay, once you guys are seated. Oh, they want to see it. Okay, in the meantime, after this, we're going to take a quick break, just 10 minutes, so you can exit to my right. There is a canteen downstairs. You can grab a snack, go to the bathroom. It's on the top and bottom floors next to the lift. And then be back, please, 10 minutes. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, are we guys all ready? Are we filled? Have we had a snack, gone to the bathroom? Okay, our next speaker, our first place Zambia winner, Miss Rachel Tembu, for her Macintosh Zambia, transforming plastic waste into eco-friendly products while creating green jobs.
Good morning, judges. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rachel Tembo. I am the CEO and founder of Macintosh Zambia, where we're transforming plastic waste into value for people and the planet. Growing up in one of Lusaka's peri-urban areas, we often used to wake up finding solid waste dumped right at our doorstep. This waste came with the smell, the flies, and also posing health risk. And also this made extra cost for my parents because they needed to look for extra money that could be used to pay a solid waste collector to remove this waste from our home. Money that could have been used to pay school fees, or maybe even money that could be used to buy food on a daily basis, or even just take care of our health. This wasn't just once-off thing. It was our daily experience that we used to experience. Is this just a local problem? Let's look at the global statistics when it comes to solid waste. Globally, we have about 2.3 billion tons that is generated. Come to Africa, about 125 million tons of waste that is generated. And Zambia, my mother Zambia, talk of Lusaka, the capital city. Each person has been estimated that they generate about 0.76 kg of waste every day. Now, let's multiply that by the 3.6 million people that reside in Lusaka, and yet only about 55% of this waste ends up at the dump site. Where does the rest of it go to? Indiscriminate disposal. And that is where Macintosh has found an opportunity where we're able to transform this plastic waste into various products, such as the bags, the footwear, and also the earrings that we are making from plastic waste. So this just shows the type of plastic that we're working with is PET, LDPE, as well as HDPE. You may wonder, how does this work? We have collaborated with households, markets, and also schools where we have partnered in terms of waste collection. They keep this plastic waste for us. We do realize that segregation of waste is a challenge, and therefore, if we just collect it as a whole, it may be a challenge for us to segregate. Therefore, we have engaged these households where they're able to segregate at source, and then we buy from them depending on the number of kgs that they generate at household level, at market level, as well as at school level. In schools, we actually did a pilot program called the Green Swap Initiative, where we're able to exchange plastic waste for school supplies. And how does the process work? We use locally fabricated and cost-effective technology that is able to compress this plastic into making various bases to make different designs. Who is our target market? We are working on B2B and B2C, where on B2B, who are the payers, the retailers, the chain stores, the corporate partners, schools, and government itself. We also have the B2C, who are the consumers, like the households, the individuals, like yourselves and myself, and also the tourists. Who are the users, the beneficiaries? School-going children are able to benefit from the school bags that we are making from plastic waste. We also have women and men, like I mentioned, yourself and myself, and also the local communities that are able to benefit from a clean environment that comes with removing plastic waste from the environment. For us, we are beyond profit because we are looking at creating a cleaner environment whereby even our future leaders, our children growing up, they'll be able to actually continue with this business of recycling, but also to make money of it. So therefore, we understand that plastic waste is everywhere, and that is where we get our raw materials. Value-added local manufacturing. We are working with local tailors from the very communities where waste is being generated, and also creating jobs for women and youth while reducing plastic waste. We're also contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals 1, 3, 5, 13, and 17. We value partnerships. And also contributing to the 8th National Development Goal, which is aiming at moving Zambia to the middle income, especially on issues to do with environmental sustainability. In terms of our business model, we have direct consumer sales of our accessories and also through institutional bulk orders that buy our bags and corporate social responsibilities. We have a lot of partners in here who do corporate social responsibilities. So in case they need sustainable products, we do have the bags that they can use for conferences and also even just to supply to the school-going children, vulnerable school-going children that may need the school bags, and upcycling trainings. And that's how our financial projections look like. As of 2025, we made about 720 number of units, and in terms of revenue, we're able to make about 3,500. We're projecting that in the next 2-3 years, come 2028, we'll be able to do 6,000 units and be able to make a revenue of about 29,160. And how does that look like when it comes to the environment? More waste removed from the environment. The more we remove the waste from the environment, the more we make sustainable products. And in terms of our impact, we're looking at, we have supported pupils from schools. We have 300 youths that have been trained. We have collaborated with youths and also markets and contributed to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of environmental impact, awareness raising, this is a moving advocacy. You carry our bag, it shows for itself that this is coming from plastic waste in a sustainable way. In 1 year, we've been able to divert about 720 kgs from the environment. How does our economic impact look like? So we have generated over $3,500 in revenue. This is just from the direct sales, and also created 5 direct jobs and 16 indirect jobs. And these have been taken care of in terms of their safety and their health. And we're asking for $15,000 so that we are able to buy the machinery that will be required for us to increase in terms of the production. Thanks to MTN and WWF Zambia, with the $5,000, we're able to set up a recycling facility, and now all we need is the machinery so that we can increase in terms of the production. And this is our team. In total, we have 20 years of experience in climate innovation, operations, as well as youth engagement, as well as accountancy. And then just for all of us to remember that what we throw away every day is already enough to build livelihoods, protect our health, and also clean our cities. So we do not have we do not have waste problem as Africa. We have a value problem. Let's create value from this plastic waste that we generate. With me, I have these bags. I would like to just bring them here over so that you're able to just have a few. And we do have different designs. We do realize that people have got different preferences. Some would love to see the plastic waste coming out like this. Some of them, actually, we embed the base of this plastic waste on the middle of the bag so that we have different designs for different people. And also we have these earrings that we make from the plastic waste that we collect from the communities. Thank you so much.
So, can I start? Thank you very much. I'm interested, maybe I missed it in the presentation, the number of jobs created, and yeah, I'm very keen on that. And then I have to confess, I'm an environmental person, not a financial, so I'll leave it to my colleagues here. But I was intrigued, or rather curious, to look at your financials. You just had a 30% projection, but it wasn't increasing. It was like a standard. So it's like you're not growing your business, unless I misinterpreted. So just to understand the financials and the social impact. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So in terms of the jobs that we have created, we have okay, so far we have employed 5 who are, we have created five direct jobs as well as 15 indirect. So these 16 indirect jobs, they are volunteers, but as well as those waste pickers who work on, I've forgotten the word, where Commission based, yes, thank you. Yeah, so those are the jobs that we have created in the last 1 year since the inception of our business. Then in terms of the financials, when we look at the 30%, this doesn't mean that we have cash upfront, but because that's when we are growing. Of course, over time, these numbers will be able to increase once we be able to generate more units of products as well as make more money from it. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Great presentation and a really nice product. Who is the target market for recycled bags like this? So you obviously you're working with the community to educate the schools around recycling and segregation at source. But are you selling these back into the same community, or are these going to a different part of the economy?
We're selling them back to the communities as well, because we have school-going children, both from peri-urban and urban areas. So with the school bags, we have women who are buying for their children, as they are durable, affordable, and also from the materials that they actually generate. So they're able to see actually where their waste is going. So from the households and also the individuals and tourists who, as we have partnered with hotels that are able to buy these products from them.
And that price point, that it is a cheaper product than other bags on the market, other school bags on the market. It's cheaper.
Sorry?
Is your selling price cheaper than the competitive bags?
Yes, it is cheaper, because when you look at the cost that we use to just make one bag, we're able to still make profit even if the bag is cheaper. So yes.
Thank you so much. I'd love to know where to buy, and if we can order from South Africa, that would be great. So I think just thank you so much. I also had a similar question around the jobs created, because from what you're describing, it sounds a lot higher than the numbers you are indicating in your presentation. So I think just as you grow your business and you pitch to others, probably just triple check those numbers a little bit. Now, to get to the question, I was wondering around from your cost perspective, I don't see any cost allocation towards marketing, logistics, and distribution. What proportion of your operating costs would that be? Is that a negated cost when you're looking at now how much money you need to grow? And then I just also looked at your growth pathway. Moving from 750 units to 4,500 is quite a huge jump from 2025 to 2026. And I know you've said you want to buy additional machinery and all of that. Do you feel that that's too steep for a jump? Would you do that more gradually over time? Just so that, at the end of the day, you don't sort of set yourself up for failure in sort of 2020, 6 into 2027. Thank you.
All right, so the gradual increase is because at the moment we're using the manual way of compressing the plastics. So if we are to get the machinery that is able to compress a lot in an hour, then we'll be able to generate more. So it's just a matter of having enough machinery, and then we'll be able to produce even more than the numbers that I've projected there. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thanks. Back to, I think the question that was asked. Just explain your market again. And because what we're trying to do, as you are increasing production, you have to meet the demand. So where is the demand?
So the demand is at all levels, both at household level, but also at institutional level. So when you look at households, parents, they're looking for durable bags that they're able to buy for their school, and not that every term they're buying school bags for their children. So the demand is both at local level, but as well as international level when it comes to issues of environmental sustainability, and also even just one who would want to buy a bag that would just last for a month, and next month you are looking for another bag maybe to carry your laptop. So we're having that solution where we're able to provide durable bags and also long-lasting, as they are coming from. Each bag has about 2 kg of plastic waste. Now you can imagine how strong that is. So the demand is high. It's just the production that needs to be increased.
And please just explain to me, you referenced the Green Swap initiative. Yeah, what happened there?
So this was a pilot program that we conducted in 3 schools where we're exchanging plastic waste for school supplies. So we visited these 3 schools and engaged the pupils to say we'll be coming every week, every Friday, to collect plastic waste. Depending on the number of kgs, we were matching it to the number of supplies that each pupil may get. So for example, if a pupil within a week has brought about 6 kg of plastic waste, and then now they're able to get a book, a pen, a pencil. That's something that can support them within the school environment. So that's how the initiative was. So it was a pilot project that we did in 3 schools within Lusaka.
Okay, great. Well, last question. I think you mentioned B2B as well. Do you have any signed up contracts on a B2B basis?
On a B2B, at the moment, we do not have signed contracts, but that's something that we'll look into once the production increases, because we may sign and then we are not able to produce according to the demand. So with time, I will be able to, once we have the machinery, we'll be able to actually commit to say we'll be producing this within a week or within a month, because we know that we have the machinery and also the raw material is already everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh.
I'm sorry, by the way, the bags are going at 400 rands, so in case
Okay, thank you so much, Rachel. Our next speaker from South Africa, our 3rd place winner, Bafokeng Mofokeng, for his circularity verification platform, a tech-driven system using AI and IoT to verify e-waste recycling, turning waste into high-value, traceable, circular resources.
All right. Before I start, I'd like to thank my colleague for giving everybody a nice lecture on e-waste, making things easy for myself. But as a refresher, e-waste can be described as discarded electronic or electrical equipment. Our devices have lives long after they leave our hands. Data management and data generation and collection is a glaring issue within the industry. It affects corporations in terms of proving their ESG targets. Recyclers operate inefficiently, and within the plants, the goal is efficiency and plant optimization. It also affects the informal sector by keeping them disenfranchised. On average, every South African produces 6 to 7 kilograms of e-waste every year. That's you and me. E-waste is a big market globally, and the statistics say that it's going to grow. The potential is in the potential value is in the inefficiency. The gold is in the landfill. The treasure is in the trash. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow. My name is Bafokeng Mofokeng, founder of Bamo Holdings, and this is how we aim to solve this. We have a solution that is both a public app and an enterprise-specific app. The enterprise solution will help in the collection of data through automated sorting and provide the companies and generate data for the companies improving their ESG targets. When thinking about the checkpoints and how we're going to design our system, we kept responsible recycling principles in mind and ESG frameworks in mind, and we were able to identify 4 key checkpoints. Checkpoint 1 is intake. It's like the security camera and check-in desk for the e-waste. It stops any arguments later about what was dropped off. Checkpoint 2 is like a security log for a shredding room. I'll touch on this later. The next one is like a supervisor looking over your technician's shoulder. It proves that all materials, all toxic materials, hazardous materials like batteries and such, are removed safely and not put into the landfills, therefore helping the environment and the workers. Checkpoint 4 is the payoff. It gives a company a certified report saying, from your old phones, we recovered 5 kilograms of copper and 10 grams of gold, leading to a reduction of carbon emissions of 40 kilograms. And here is the proof. This is not just a concept anymore. In collaboration with our partners at Algo at Work and the Department of E-Government of Gauteng, we have been able to make real inroads into creating and validating our solution. The prototype here is an example of our secure data destruction checkpoint. When a batch of old laptops come around, we put them in a room and we weigh them and log them in using our computer vision models. When it comes out, we weigh it again, and we would see that it would weigh less due to the hard drives being destroyed, and it's validated with a picture of the shredded parts. This is the beginning of something new. With the Vision app, as an individual, you will be able to scan any e-waste that you have and get a fair valuation estimate of what it would be. You're also exposed to a network of e-waste collectors and plants around you, and then you can drop them off and transact in Momo. Hear me out, guys. I say it again. Ba Momo. So the data generated from the Vision app is going to work as a loop in the data, just improving our AI models. We also hope that the platform can both be something for transacting and also a platform on which we can educate and raise awareness on e-waste with the public. When talking about our traction, it's hard to not talk about our journey as a startup. We were founded just 1 year ago with a keen interest in industrial intelligence and industrial safety. This was the stepping stone in validating our core AI models and our technological infrastructure. But we pivoted around last year once we got involved in the Gauteng Makers Club, and we saw a real gap in e-waste. So leveraging what we have, here we are now with our first e-waste prototype. We have also established a partnership with the Tshwane University of Technology that allows various students from ICT departments in the university to sort of treat our company as the real world problems to put their theoretical knowledge to the test. This is a data pipeline and a big win for us as a youth-led business because we're playing a part in curbing a growing problem, which is youth unemployment. We're upskilling the youth with skills of the future, and we're hoping to absorb 3 each year. Our go-to-market strategy really depends on which platform you're going to be talking about. With the enterprise one, we're going to be engaging with the stakeholders directly, leveraging our corporate connections that we've built during this time. With the public app, we're going to be focusing more on traditional means of marketing, or traditional in this sense now, social media marketing and digital marketing. We're raising awareness and getting people to join the platform just to show that any individual can be a part of the circular economy right now. We've already touched on the value of the e-waste market. But with us, once we do our pilots, we're going to be narrowing it down to Gauteng and the Western Cape. This is due to the sophisticated e-waste network of collectors and plants, and as well as the fact that those 2 provinces produce the most e-waste in our country. We're also going to be leveraging connections with circulareconomy.org, which is a cool organization that uses shops like Woolies and Clicks as pickup points. So that would be great in scaling our solution. Our revenue streams will come from a subscription model. One for the corporates, they'll be paying for access to the data that will help in verifying their ESG targets. The plants will be paying a subscription to be using our technology, and we'll be getting a percentage of each transaction fee on the Bambomo app. Our financial projections are estimates based on how we've been carrying business so far. The TUT partnership is a big win as this minimizes development costs and allows us to divert our resources more towards innovation and team expansion. Our revenue projection is based on acquiring 3 enterprise targets, 3 big corporates, 10 plant clients, also for the other leg of the enterprise, and 100 Rand, or based on 100,000 transactions on the Momo app, of an average of 100 Rand on each transaction. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
I think, thank you. I think great use of technology, not just Momo, but I think more broadly within your application. I think the key question I had was around some of your enterprise clients, like who would you target? Have you started to engage any? And how would you ensure that you do secure those enterprise clients? And then secondly, what interface would you have with existing off-takers? Because obviously large corporates go to other companies. Like if I imagine MTN's Project Infinity program, that's not necessarily managed by MTN, it's managed by a third party. So, and that third party will get KPIs or matrix that they need to deliver against for corporates. How would you try and target those off-takers or those third parties as well, because they are part of the ecosystem?
Yeah, the nice thing about sort of the corporate landscape is how broad it can be. Companies that are listed on the JSE off RIP have to meet these targets they have to meet these standards. So we're in the room of one of the people that we're going to be targeting. MTN is a distributor of a lot of electronic products, so it's important to kind of allow companies like and adjacent to them to take ownership of what they're contributing to this sort of problem. So we're giving it, approaching it from that angle to say that it would be a good way to put your name to a green initiative. But besides the big corporates, we're planning on ties with different municipalities and different government structures, because they also produce a lot of e-waste. They're always refurbishing, getting hundreds of computers and not doing anything with the rest. So that's why we were focusing on secure data destruction, because that's something that they're very sensitive about. Could you please remind me of the second part of the question?
You largely answered. The first one was enterprises, like what companies. The second is the third parties, the guys who are the off-takers for corporates.
Yes, those are the sort of plants that we're hoping to collaborate with. Those are the people that would be using our technology in order to produce the data in the way that we want it. This for them is a value gain, because the big corporates are going to want the data. So them being a producer of the data is going to make them more attractive. So I guess everybody wins in that sense.
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting project. You are talking about revenue about, was 1.2 or is it 2.1? Against an investment of 400 and expenses of 60,000 rands. Just trying to understand how the costing was done for you to, as you project your revenues.
Okay, the costing, it had to be adjusted because we kind of just closed the deal with the students just over this past weekend. So it may seem like the R&D budget may be a bit underestimated, but it's mostly just for the tools that we're going to be using, cloud credits, and incorporating the team that we already have on a full-time basis. Now my technical lead is going to be the person that's dealing with the interns, for example. And then the other cost with the pilot equipment scaling, it's mainly for, let's say we're going to be doing the pilot for 2 different plants at the same time, or various checkpoints at the same time. Now that we've validated 1 checkpoint, we still need to do the other 3 and then create the platform around it and get equipment to make it work. because we've tested it in ideal conditions with proper lighting and, not in real world conditions. We may need some frames, we may need lighting, we may need a conveyor belt for it to work in the real environment. So that's how we've cut it, that's how we've done it, and this would be enough for us to kind of get by for 12 months and produce an enterprise model of what we're going to do.
Okay, maybe just to add, because I'm looking at is this revenue per annum?
Yes, it's per annum.
And the expense is for pilot?
It would be our expenses for the year for further development and for launching the pilots.
Okay, then what is your total expense in the first year?
In our first year?
Yeah, against the 2.9.
Mm-hmm. Our expenses were kind of hard to establish, just because on the previous year, it's been a very small team and everything has been out of pocket. Now with being in this position where we got some prize money to produce the pilot, everything sort of opened up and the expenses then added. So these are estimates, especially with, let's say, the cloud data. Doing something at home could cost 1,000 Rand for processing this amount of data or training a model. But once we're at an enterprise and we're working on data that was generated over a 2-hour period, that 1,000 Rand is not going to go a long way. So these are all just safe estimates in order to carry out the pilot.
Okay, great. Sorry. The last one is you spoke about a fair valuation. How are you coming up with that?
Yeah, this one was also, it was a lot of number crunching, I won't lie. This one was purely based on commodity values and are you talking about the app with the scanning? Yeah. This was a combination of commodity values, and then we've done a little bit of market research to find average values from the different buyback centers, like how much is a phone, how much is a laptop in this condition, how much is if we bring a motherboard on its own, how much is a microwave. So we gathered all the data and we've just sort of put aggregates in formulating it. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. Did you do benchmarking with other existing apps, and what makes yours unique?
Yeah, this was interesting because there weren't many apps that do the same thing that we are doing. It's quite a novel idea for now. But funny enough, I saw one of the competitors, and a friend of mine who was an artist was promoting Vodacom actually picking up e-waste from people's houses, but this is a third sort of working with an external partner on their side. So like I said, it was with circular economy, the ones that have the buyback centers within the Woolies, they're sort of like a new thing and everything is happening at the same time in a sense. So the only way we could really benchmark accurately is with engaging with all the players, and we're well underway with that.
So,
Okay, I think we can keep extra questions for later on. Thank you, Bafokeng. Okay, our next speaker is our, Ruth, our next speaker. Sorry, I found my place. Our first place finalist from Uganda, Ruth Kyobotungi, for her FarmGate Digital, a price intelligence platform helping farmers plan, store, and sell produce using real-time and forecasted market data.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ruth, and I must say I love the air conditioning in this room. Do you all love it? So It is understandable why we love air conditioning. It's because outside is consistently hot and it's getting hotter. So air conditioning like this makes life very comfortable and these buildings very habitable. Let's talk about why it is very hot outside. So the Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that every year, 1/3 of the food produced in the world is wasted. For Africa, that is 30 to 40% every year. When this food ends up in landfills and rots in the absence of oxygen, it produces a greenhouse gas called methane. Now, methane, in the short term, traps 80 times more heat than carbon dioxide. And that is why it is very hot on the outside. Now, let's talk about why this happens. Why is there so much waste? This is because farmers take a long time to find buyers and finish transactions. And it's also because while they do this, there's little to no infrastructure to keep the quality of their food. Losses are estimated even higher than averages in some instances, with Nigeria having up to 60% by some estimates, South Africa 44%, and Zambia up to 50%. FarmGate solves this problem by providing real-time prices, thereby cutting dramatically the time it takes for a seller to find a buyer and conclude a transaction, and while this happens, extending the shelf life of food. This is how it works. When a farmer harvests their food, they upload the harvest time, their asking price, and storage conditions for their food. This process is supported by a smartphone app, but then also a USSD app for feature phones to reach millions of farmers in Africa who do not have access to smartphones. This process is also supported by our agents in the field that help farmers to upload this information. Our AI-supported scoring engine then generates a freshness score from 1 to 100 to signify how much time food has left before it goes bad. And from our network of buyers, we pull up the 3 top bids and present them to the seller to select from. While all this happens, food is stored in our solar-powered cold rooms, and when its quality drops, instead of wasting it, we redirect it to a secondary market of animal feed producers. This is what our graded food looks like, and that is what it looks like, what our platform looks like on the smartphone and in the feature phones. Now, for us, beyond profit, in the long term, 7 years, we look at stopping the emission of 1.8 million tons of carbon dioxide. Of carbon dioxide. And this is going to be done by reducing the food our active users waste by 35%. And in that process, we are going to create 2,500 green jobs across Africa. But for the communities where we serve, we are increasing the earnings per farmer up to 18%. These earnings have been cut down because of underpricing, mainly because of the opacity created by middlemen in the market. What FarmGate offers in this moment is critical because while African food systems have consistently delivered on quantity, which matters to the market, they have consistently failed to deliver on quality, to know quality, to price quality, and to maintain quality. So what FarmGate does at the end of the day is to remove the ambiguity and the subjective visual inspection. So a buyer does not have to go to the market to visit and see what does food look like. So can we negotiate? Because we know what value the food is, we price it dynamically. Farmers do not have to, buyers do not have to visit farms in order to see the quality of food. Now, Africa handles 200 million tons of perishable food every year. Of this, we look to capture 1 million tons, and that's valued at about $4 billion. With revenues up to 500 million, we are targeting, we are onboarding our sellers massively through our corporate partners, cooperative circles for farmers, and for the demand side, we are targeting institutional buyers, processors, and hotels. Our business model is straightforward and it's very simple. Currently, we charge 4 cents per kilogram stored every day. This works mainly because informal storage costs 3 to 6 cents per kilogram per day stored. And also we take 5% commissions, and this works because commissions are not an upfront cost, so they do not hinder people from transacting with us. From our projections, we expect to break even in 2028, that is 2 years from now. And by that time, we will have worked in 3 East African countries, creating a difference. Over the past 2 months, we have handled 217 tons of food, increased asking prices of farmers by 10%, and we have increased the speed it takes to make a transaction by 20%. Already we have 4,000 farmers waiting to onboard and try a solution. In the next 12 months, we seek funding to scale our infrastructure, notably to build 2 cold rooms, and each having a capacity of 100 tons. We will expand our agent network. We currently have 4 agents to 10, and we will settle our contracts with institutional buyers. In the next 3 years, we will do a regional expansion beyond the 3 initial East African countries and a national integration and expanding on the secondary market we have. This is an amazing team, notably very young people, driven by innovation. And what we don't have, we definitely will outsource after winning this competition. That will enable us to do that. Winning today will mean collecting up to 25% of what we need, because we are looking to raise $420,000. So winning today will push us close to 25%, but also to provide real value for our partners, making strong impact in the climate. And for MTN, the use of our USSD app has already had testing in Uganda for different systems and has widely been adopted and paid for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth. Very, very, very good presentation. Very insightful. I just want to explore the cold storage sort of logistics a bit more, because as part of your funding requirements is to get more cold storage. So you are owning and operating the cold storage facilities, if I'm correct. Obviously, with farming being quite diverse, what is the logistics behind that? How many storage facilities do you want per region, and how do you get the produce? Are you also owning the transport, or are you renting the transport to get logistics, or is the farmer delivering? It's just some of the logistics around farming is obviously very diverse. It covers a wide area, and you're trying to reach them with the app, like you say, you've got agents, but there's logistics of the produce and the cold storage. If you can perhaps explain that a little bit more.
Okay. So one of the greatest partnerships we've had is with farmer cooperatives. Now already farmer cooperatives were doing the work of collecting food and storing it, though they did not have cold chain storage. So already, that's why we have 4,000 farmers waiting to onboard. That's through our partnerships. At the moment, we're a young company, so we really cannot take on logistics. That is why cooperatives are a strong partner for us now.
Question. Of course, I'm interested in the disease control. So especially in your cold chain, even though you're bringing in your produce and you're using cold chain, there will be post-harvest diseases. So I'm interested in how you're managing that, especially because you're bringing in produce or food from all over. And different cooperatives. So what percentage is there a loss associated with disease, post-harvest disease, storage disease? Just interested in that component. Thanks.
Okay. So again, still this could be an advantage or a disadvantage. We rely mainly on the work our agents do with our partners. For example, in markets like Uganda, we have systems where food is checked. So you monitor at a village level and find out who is harvesting well, what are they doing. So for foods like cassava, for foods like bananas, so people are already visiting, especially the cooperatives. The problem that we could have, especially with the diseases, is for uncontrolled groups like independent farmers. That is where the challenge would come in. But already the verification work and the work of reducing the likelihood of bringing diseased food is handled mainly by our cooperative partners. But of course, probably avoidance, but we do not look at single farmers, because then they are capital intensive to reach out to collect, make the numbers, because you can find a cooperative having over 3,000 people, getting 3,000 on one-on-one basis could be expensive, and it carries such problems. So really, that is how we go around that.
Thank you very much for the innovative solution. Just 2 questions from my side. Firstly, your revenue models and your charging mechanism seems quite low for quite a complex ecosystem of cold storage. Can you just double click on why you would go that low, and whether wouldn't you consider a higher charge to be able to offset your investment in equipment and so forth? So just a question there. And then secondly, on the market opportunity, I'm a little bit not clear. I got your leveraging your farmer cooperatives to be able to feed into your ecosystem. But who are you targeting exactly? Is it small scale farmers, large scale, and so forth, so that we kind of know, from your revenue model plus your target market, how are you going to be sustainable into the future, especially if you get that kind of investment that you say that you need?
Okay. So for the first question about underpricing, initially we started out at 7 cents. 7, which is also not very expensive through our prototyping. But the people that were using the cold chain storage were actually prototyping using refrigerators, not cold rooms. They refused to pay that price because they said it was too high. And then when we did our research again, we found out that it's costing them 3 to 6 cents. So really, in order to attract people, to get them used to what we are bringing to them, we had to put it at 4 cents. But by our calculations, with 4 cents, if each cold room is used at about 75% in a farming cycle, at that rate, then we can still break even while we see how to increase our prices. So that's the first thing. It was really about adoption. Then the second thing was, just went out.
Your target market, are you looking at small scale farmers or larger scale farmers?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, the people that pay for this solution are people that make money out of this line. And usually it is not small-scale farmers, but we need small-scale farmers to get the produce in order to attract buyers on our end. So we are targeting institutional buyers because they can afford cold chain storage, and also traders because when they buy, they then hold in order to wait for prices to rise. Yeah.
I think you also said that you charge per day.
Yes.
Who's responsible for selling the product?
For selling the product? Yes. No, farmers sell. Where our cold rooms, so we have 2 spots currently for our prototype. Cooperatives run aggregation hubs, so we have 1 spot there, and then we have 1 spot at the market. So when they bring in their produce, every morning they have to come up and then take their produce to go and sell. So we do not sell it for them. That is for the storage. But then for the traders that want us to find them buyers, because we have some buyers currently at the moment. We have 1 institutional buyer dealing in poultry. So we keep that produce for them and then do the transaction and charge a 5% commission.
Okay, my fear is if you take long to sell and you're still charging me for holding my inventory, I find that a bit difficult.
Typically, sales happen between 4 to 5 days. And that is the time it takes a farmer to make the sale, or even longer. So The reason why we have not onboarded the 4,000 is because we do not have enough takers to take their produce. So we cannot onboard farmers if we do not have takers. That's how we do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth. Our next speaker is Gift Mabena from South Africa, our second place winner, for his AgriAdapt, a climate-smart farming platform combining AI, WhatsApp chatbots, and IoT sensors to help farmers protect crops, save water, and reduce losses.
Imagine standing in your field early in the morning. The soil looks dry on the surface, but you don't know what's happening underneath. Do you irrigate now and risk wasting water, or risk losing your crop? This is the daily reality of many small-scale farmers. My name is Gift Mabena, and I'm from a background where farming is more than just a business, it's a livelihood. I've seen farmers make critical decisions based on intuition, guesswork, and information that arrives too late. Watching this happen made me ask a very simple but powerful question. What if farmers could hear what the soil is saying in real time? This question led me to develop this question led to the development of Earth Pulse. I'm an innovator focused on climate-smart agriculture, and my goal is to equip farmers with simple, affordable climate change. I'm an innovator focused on climate-smart agriculture, and my goal is to equip farmers with simple, affordable technology that helps them adapt to climate change, protect their yields, and use their resources more efficiently. Farmers across all scales are facing growing challenges directly linked to climate change. Firstly, climate volatility. Climate volatility has made rainfall increasingly unpredictable. Secondly, soil degradation, water stress, and rising input costs are making it much more difficult for farmers to be profitable. Thirdly, most farmers lack real-time field-level data. Decisions are often based on guesswork or slow, expensive soil tests. AgriAdapt's solution is a low-cost integrated climate-smart soil sensor designed to give farmers accurate real-time insight into their soil conditions. The sensor measures soil moisture, temperature, pH, electrical conductivity, and nutrients, NPK. By monitoring these parameters, farmers can irrigate only when necessary, apply a fertilizer efficiently, and protect long-term soil health. The system converts sensor data into simple SMS or WhatsApp alerts, such as soil nitrogen is low, irrigate now, fertilizer needed, or soil moisture is sufficient, no action required. Because it works offline and with low power, it's suitable for rural and peri-urban farming environments where there is low connectivity. The market opportunity is quite substantial. Globally, there are plus minus 500 to 600 million smallholder farmers, and in Africa, there are 33 million smallholder farmers, and in South Africa alone, there are between 2 to 4 million smallholder farmers. So that's our target market, smallholder farmers. And this is proof that there's a growing demand for climate-smart agriculture and agri-tech. Governments, NGOs, and private institutions are increasingly supporting solutions that improve resilience, food security, and sustainability. Our business model is mainly based on subscription and recurring monthly fees that are paid by farmers to access our system, which will be between 150 and 300 rands per month. Although although AgriAdapt is, sorry. Yes. Although AgriAdapt is still in its development phase, we've already developed meaningful traction that validates our approach. Most notably, we secured second place in the MTN PachiPanda competition, a recognition that highlights the innovation and impact potential of our soil sensor. This achievement demonstrates that industry leaders see value in our work and that our technology resonates with broader sustainability goals. While we don't yet have farmer testimonials since the product is in its pre-launch phase, our traction shows strong external validation. What differentiates AgriAdapt from its competitors is simplicity combined with functionality. Existing solutions are often too expensive, too complex, or internet dependent. AgriAdapt offers real-time soil data, simple SMS and WhatsApp alerts, offline-friendly operation, integrated monitoring of moisture, pH, EC, and NPK. This makes the solution accessible, practical, and suited for climate-stressed environments. Our initial deployment is focused in Mpumalanga and surrounding municipalities. We begin with pilot deployments for 100 farmers supported by training, which will be supported by trained youth. Validation will come through demos, workshops, and WhatsApp testing alerts. Partnerships with agricultural offices, NGOs will drive awareness, while community events and farmer networks will support adaptation. Regional expansion follows on the second year based on the year one matrix. The team is led by myself, Gift Mapena, founder and director of AgriAdapt, and I'm supported by Nkate Komtombeni, a third-year agricultural economics student at the University of Northwest, serving as project manager. From a financial perspective, AgriAdapt is designed for steady and realistic growth. In year one, which will be our piloting phase, we are targeting to onboard at least a minimum of 30 to 50 farmers at an average subscription of 300 per month, and that will generate us a revenue of about 108,000 to 180,000. In year two, which will be our earlier scale, we are looking to onboard at least 120 to 180 farmers. Our roadmap, this is our 12-month roadmap broken down into a section of 4 months. In the 3 months, in the first 3 months, our focus is on prototype development and validation. From 4 months to 6 months, we move on to field and pilots refinement. In months 7 to 8 to 9, we focus on edit adoption and market readiness. Finally, in months 10 to 12, we shift to scale preparation and investment readiness, where we will expand deployments, publish impact data, and secure funding to support wider rollout. This phased approach allows us to move from a validation to prototype to a scalable climate-smart solution in a structured and realistic way. In closing, AgriAdapt is a low-cost, climate-smart soil monitoring solution that empowers farmers with real-time data by helping farmers understand moisture, temperature, NPK dynamics. Under climate stress, we enable smarter decisions, healthier soils, and greater resilience. Thank you for your time. I welcome your questions.
No, thank you very much. Interesting presentation. I'm trying to understand the innovation, so please help me there.
In terms of how does it work?
Yeah, so because I know there are other soil sensors on the market, so I want to know what is the... Yeah, exactly.
Okay, no, I get it. Fantastic question. So we are going to build a soil sensor that tracks the soil moisture, like I've already said, soil moisture, EC, and NPK. And we are going to put that soil at root level so that it can easily track those things that I've already mentioned. But what differentiates us from the companies that already offer this solution is that this solution it is going to be reachable even in rural areas. Because I am also a farmer and I come from a rural area whereby accessing technology like this, it's very hard. And also farmers in rural areas, they are also grandmas and grandpas. Those people, most of them, are not literate. So when you tell them about the app, which are the solutions that are available right now, it's hard for them to access that kind of technology. And that technology is sort of like exclusive, it's not intrusive. So we are hoping to build a soil sensor that will easily give you alerts via WhatsApp. You don't need to do much. The work will be on our side in terms of how do we link the sensor with the WhatsApp. So after it is linked, the farmers, whether you are an old grandma or you are young or you are illiterate, it will be just tell you that now it's time for you to irrigate or the soil is like this. And it also works some sort of weather station because it can detect the type of soil that is here and make you. It gives you an ability to make better predictable decisions so that you can know that this soil is right for this kind of climate, for this type of crop. I don't know if I answered you in a correct way or what. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think you've explained. Then also you're making reference to grandma and grandma.
Yes.
The expectation is that on WhatsApp.
Yes, on WhatsApp and SMS.
And SMS.
Yes.
Okay. I'll allow other people to ask.
Maybe I can ask you a question around the number of jobs you're projecting to create using this.
So once we begin with producing this soil sensor, because of right now we haven't produced yet, it's still an idea, but in the next coming weeks we are hoping to prototype it. So because of how the soil sensor works, and it gets deployed on big fields. It depends on how big the farm or small the farm is. So based on this, we haven't really done our research in terms of the job creations that we can get, but maybe at least 10, if you can integrate 10 youth agents that can be easily available, so that whenever there's a farmer who wants this type of devices installed on their farms, they can go there. Because if it's a big field, let's say maybe it's from 10 to 15 hectares, you will need more people who will go into, because if the field is big, you need to deploy a sensor here, a sensor there, and maybe a sensor in another distance, because of the soil that's here and the soil that's there is not the same. So you need sort of like different people who will be able to help you with this kind of thing. So I don't know if I answered you correctly.
And your revenue is selling the sensors themselves?
Yes. So we are hoping to generate revenue by these recurring subscriptions on a monthly basis. So if you can get maybe 100 farmers or 50 farmers, they will be paying for that service every month. And it's like that.
Okay. Did you show us how much?
Sorry?
Did you show us how much they'll be paying?
Roughly between 150 to 300 rands, because of its rural areas, you can't charge that much.
I see. Then because you are selling climate smart agriculture, I think, from what I got. So help me with the link.
How?
The link between climate smart agriculture and the soil sensors that you are selling.
The main purpose of the soil sensors is to equip farmers with the tools so that they can know what type of climate, the link between climate change and farming. Because of, like I said, this thing of constantly changing rain patterns and how hot it gets sometimes. Farmers don't know how to predict that. But like I said, with the sensor, because of it tests the soil moisture, NPK and everything, the potassium, it can sense that maybe we are in this type of climate, we're in the rainy season, there's going to be maybe this much rainfall, so that you also as a farmer, you can know that this is the type of crop that can withstand this type of conditions. If it's going to be hot, you can plant a crop that can withstand the type of heat that is going to come maybe in the next few years or in the next coming months.
Can I just ask one more question? So you spoke about the revenue as a subscription basis. What do you envisage the monthly costs of operating this, and the types of costs you're going to be incurring from the, obviously the sensors are in the ground, but what are the costs to actually run this on a monthly basis, from staff to technology, whatever it might be?
Yeah, I didn't explain that. So to develop this sensor, one sensor I think is going to cost us maybe about 2,000 rands, 2,000 to 2,200 rands to buy the equipment and everything else. And then in terms of staff, of how we are planning to pay our staff, because of now, our company is a startup, we can't really pay ourselves. So I just have to find, the person that I'm working with, Nkateko, who I said is a project manager, she's also committed like me. So we are, for now, we are hoping to pay ourselves in the future. That's when we'll detect in terms of how can we pay. Because right now, like I said, we are planning to prototype it. We are going to be prototyping it with the help of the Vulingondo Living Lab, where I come from. There's a living lab, a science and technology lab. The only thing that we need to do is buy the tools and equipment that's needed, and they're going to help us assemble and put it together, our first prototype. So for now, it's going to be, I can say, the only cost we are going to incur is the one of buying the equipment and the tools, which per sensor is going to be 2,200 rands at maximum.
Okay. Thank you, Gift. Okay, our last speaker for this session comes from Nigeria, our third place winner, Divine Peter, for his Hope Forge Engineering, building affordable, recyclable machinery for green businesses, helping small enterprises scale sustainable recycling solutions. Yep.
Let me be very sure what I'm pressing. These two
this
next.
button. Yep.
To go, what have to go back?
So this to go next, this to go back.
Okay, what have to play video?
I think.
Good day, everyone. My name is Peter Divine, and I'm from Nigeria. I hated weekends, not because weekends were not fun for children, but I hated weekends because I have to spend that whole day in the farm with my parents. And every market day, my mom goes to the farm, come back home, not happy. And years upon years, we keep on going through that routine. And many of us can experience that, can relate to it, because I've heard from what many people are saying and the expression to their problem. So let's go to business. This leads to Hope Forge Engineering, and that's why I'm here today. Okay. From the slide, if you look at it well, in Nigeria, we are known for good soil, producing bountiful food. But still yet, our farmer loses over 50% of our farm crops, worth of $10 billion. That's a whole lot of money that can circulate through a country and feed millions of people. And this is not because they did not harvest their crops. This is because during farm products are perishable crops, and when they are not quickened and processed, they get rotten. And when my mom takes this product to the market, due to the pressure of these crops going bad, she have no choice but to sell. Banjo. We call that in Nigeria. Apart from that, still yet, Nigeria still imports $3.7 billion worth of food into the country. What if our food importer that we depend on say, these people, we are no longer giving you food? And automatically, with the importation and with the food loss, Nigeria, there is a projection that 34.7 million Nigerians are going to suffer from food crisis this year by June and August. That's a whole lot of number of people, accounting to some country population. And I tie this whole problem into infrastructure. Because in Nigeria, we depend 70% of our equipment used in Nigeria depends on importation. And due to forex exchange, the cost of dollars to naira is not a joke. Many average Nigeria can't afford it because an average Nigeria in $50 per month, that's some people feeding money in other countries. So let's go to my solution. My solution is building budget-fit custom equipment for businesses locally in Nigeria. So what do? You bring your idea to us, you bring your problem and what you want as your end result. We take it from there, we take research, you tell us your budget fit of your business. We build machine tailored to your budget. Apart from that, we build standard machines that have high demand in the market. Due to the money we won from Nigeria PachiPanda Challenge, we're able to move into the market and make a very large market research, and we realize a very special machine that is not currently available and is needed in a whole lot of food processing industry. Our machines also are built to be upgradable. We build our machine in such a way that when you want to scale, you don't need to go and sell your machine to get another one. We come and we upgrade that machine into the standard at which your business is currently in. And also, our machines are designed to be energy efficient and to be compatible with solar panel, because in Nigeria, power cost is not a joke. Many businesses have run down because of power cost. Many businesses have left Nigeria. Many investors have left Nigeria due to power cost. So our machines are built to be compatible with solar panel and energy efficient. So I'm not just talking idea, because we already have facts and figures and we are in the business. Upward was founded June 2025. To this time, that is 7 months. We have mobilized over $5,000 in revenue and assets. We are trying a lot of things. We started from scratch. All thanks to MTN for taking us to that point. Successfully deployed 4 custom equipment and provided maintenance service for 6 machines in Nigeria. And we are currently building Upforge custom design smart multifunctional vegetable slicer to slice different kinds of vegetables to different sizes. And I'm sure that many of us don't really care about that, but each food we eat in this place have vegetable on it. And we ask ourselves, how do they slice it? We discovered that problem. That's why we are working on that. Our competitive advantage over our competitor first is affordability. We are very concerned about Nigerians, and so we build our machines to be affordable, upgradable, and local support. We don't need to process a visa to come to maintain your machine in Nigeria. Upgrading existing machine. Currently, I've not found any. I don't know if there is any manufacturer of machine that upgrade existing machine. If there may be, I've not done research to that point. And we also build custom fit design. So your budget, you bring your budget to us, we build designs, fit into your budget, and data-driven machine. We are currently working on a system that we are going to input into every of our machine to be data-driven, for producers to make smart decisions. So our business model is sales of machine, custom equipment, maintenance, automation service, renting of machines to SMS, training and partnering with NGOs to train and support youth and teenagers in the community, and also licensing fees through data gotten from our machines and also our custom designs. So our market size, we have a total market size of $60 billion, a serviceable market of $3.36 billion for the food and agricultural equipment. And we are projecting that in the next 5 years, we are going to make $50 million because of how we are seeing the potential in Nigeria. We are seeking a fund of $200,000, and these funds will help us to secure industrial facility, fabrication infrastructure that's getting standard equipment that will help us compete with our our international competitors, research and development, to be able to go into deep research and get other new products, training and learning. We believe in Upward Engineering that what we know is what we can offer. So we spend more, up to 10% of our funds into training and learning, operation paying of our staffs, regulatory, getting regulatory compliance and patenting our designs, strategic sales and marketing, and also any risks that might likely come up. In total, we are seeking of $200,000 funds. I myself, Peter Divine, I'm the founder of Upward Engineering, and I also have Otu Jordan on our team, who is an expert in solar installation and green energy source. And we also have Joseph Johnson, our team, who is a sales expert, and he is responsible for our sales and partnership at Upward Engineering. These are the machines. Oh, so when we're in Nigeria, the machine on blue was the machine that got us the point to come third position in Nigeria. So during that point, the machine in the middle, that's a granite roaster, was under process, and the funds gotten from PachiPanda Challenge in Nigeria was able to complete that and also produce this at the hand side, which is a granite pillar. This roaster can roast 30 kg of granite under 30 minutes. And this pillar can peel a bag of granite in less than 1 hour. Imagine you using your hands to peel the granite, or imagine you using your pan to fry your granite. Thank you very much.
Whilst the rest of the judges are thinking, thank you so much. I think it's quite an out-of-the-box idea. So we're taking a minute to process our minds around it. So I think double-click a little bit around the type of equipment, because you're talking about the agriculture and food production. Are you targeting particular types of produce? Is the first question that I had. Because then that obviously starts to determine whether is your product line very wide, or is it two to three types of equipment. And then you've got a very high contingency risk buffer of 60,000 out of your 200,000 that you're asking for. What is that for? If you can unpack that. And then my last question, in your cost breakdown, you're speaking about fabrication. Are you building these by hand from start to finish? Is that a little bit of the intention? Thank you very much.
Okay. So for the type of machine that we build, the first solution I listed was custom design. So a lot of Nigerians can't afford the imported generic designs of machine. So they bring their idea to us, they tell us their budget fit, and we look into it, seeing if it is feasible to bring the equipment to reality with their budget. And if it is feasible, we build. But if it is not feasible, we let them to understand that at this point, there is nothing we can do about this. So we don't start what we can't finish. And beyond that, beyond just building of custom designs, we also, why we have a very 20% going into research and development is the fact that there are so many things in the market, there are so many problems that we are all seeing, and there is a need to know the specific problem at specific time that is needed in the market as a very large part. So that research and development is majorly going into Upforge generic machines, that the major machines that have high demand in the market. So we also build that. That's why we also look into vegetable slicing, because every market you go in Nigeria, we have a common vegetable that we call ugu. I do not know the name we call it in English. Pumpkin leaf, thank you. So every single market you go, they sell that vegetable, and they use knife and hand to slice it. It takes a long time. And even in big hotels in Nigeria, because while doing our market research, I ask friends, I speak with people who are in that industry, and everybody were just giving me the response that they use hands to slice. So I looked at this is a very good market opportunity for a generic design. considering the amount of people that we need it. So that's why we have that amount for research and development. And when we now talk about the rigs, why do we have $60,000 on our rigs? The equipment that we are going to be using and a lot of compliance at the very early stage like this, there are still a lot of things that might likely happen, a lot of failures that might likely occur due to the fact that we are new, like we are a startup. So placing that amount as for rigs, we can be able to handle rigs as soon as possible for at any point in time. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. I want you to tie your problem statement to the product that you have. I'm still trying to see.
Okay, so for the problem statement, let me use the granite roaster and the granite peeler, for instance. If you purchase a bag of granules, and you're a small business, you have to use locally. We use a fry pan, and sand or any powder substance to avoid it, to give it a equal roasting. So it takes a very long period of time and stress to actually run that process. And during that process, your granite is already losing quality because it's a perishable crop. It's already losing its quality. As it's losing its quality, there is possibility that before you finish frying that whole bag, the first product that you fry has good quality, but the last product that you fry, because it's going to take you months, the last product that you fry is going to have less quality of the granules. So in that way now, our granite roasting machine, that it roasts 30 kg of granules, and a bag of granules is 100 kg. And it roasts that 30 kg in less than 1 hour. So automatically, what should have taken you for months takes you for just 1 day, not even up to a day. And in that way, we reduce food insecurity, and we give the granite producer a confidence that yes, my granite have similar quality or true.
Okay, maybe just to build on the question that was asked, does this equipment work for different types of crops or?
Okay, so for this equipment specifically, is a custom design by a client order. So we built it for that person specifically because he's into granite production.
And the 4 that you sold plus the 6 that you maintained?
Okay, the four that we sold, first of all, the 4 that we sold, 2 are not actually food processing equipment. They are outside the box, a custom design outside the box. It was for plastic recycling, so they are outside the box. Why the granite roaster and the granite peeler are for food processing machine. During that process, we actually did market survey round, and we realized that the food industry has a very large market scape and a lot of problem to be solved there.
Okay, now, maybe the plastic would have also been a good product to put here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, so maybe just a comment, a quick one. I think for now you need to be clear about where you want to focus, because your problem is already showing that there's food processing, but I think where we're struggling to, like, what's the tangible innovation is what within, is it a specific crop? Is it a specific like staple food crop that you're going to be targeting? Because for me, that was not coming out clear, although the idea to reduce time and reduce and ensure quality of your produce or end product is very valuable. But I think you need to just look at what is the specific, and maybe you have it in your mind and we're not just getting it.
Yeah, sure.
So maybe you need to just articulate that a bit clearer if you can. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So I said, majorly, our major solution is building of custom design. And custom design simply means you have a problem specific to yourself in the food space. You bring that problem to us, then we take the research, we give you space to think more about your business and less about your equipment. We take the responsibility of the equipment, we build the equipment for you, then you have your equipment to run your business.
That's your
Yes.
value proposition.
Yes.
That's the innovation. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Divine. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, just a bathroom, stretch your legs. If we can try and be back by 1 or 1:05. 1 o'clock, sorry. So 5 minutes, so run. Thank you. I'm just following instructions. Okay, I think we will be waiting for a few extra people, but we're going to get started in the meantime. I'm going to call up our next speaker from Cameroon, our second place winner, Jemima Embo, for her Furua Tala, a digital marketplace using USSD and AI to help farmers sell future harvests at fair climate-adjusted prices, strengthening food security in the face of unpredictable rainfall.
Four out of every 10 bags a farmer harvests never reaches a plate. Did you know? Yellow members of the jury, yellow everyone, I'm called Mbom Jemima and I am the co-founder and presenter of Furua Tala, a digital marketplace that permits smallholder farmers to be able to sell their products to international and institutional buyers, thereby guaranteeing quantity and quality of delivery. It all started with me. Last year, I almost got exploited or sent out of school because my parents couldn't afford my fees. So I was forced to work 2 part-time jobs to be able to sustain myself at the university. But I was the luckiest amongst in my community because the others got expelled. How does this relate, you must be asking yourself. Statistics from the ministry or the Cameroon's Ministry of Agriculture shows that 30 to 40% of agricultural yields are being transformed into food waste due to the lack of market access. Lack of market access is what we see. But how does it happen? There's a lot of food that is being transformed to waste because of the lack of proper transportation means of this food yield from the local farmland to the marketplace. Also, we have a lot that happens when it comes to storing this food waste before it reaches the end consumer. That is where Furua Tala was born. A digital marketplace with an inbuilt wallet that connects these smallholder farmers to institutional and international buyers so that they can manage their earnings in one place. My family is part of the 2 million smallholder farmers in Cameroon who cultivate crops and contribute to 80% of our country's agricultural yield. But yet, last year, my mom still had to take the loss of 4 million francs because what she planted, the banana she planted, wasn't transported from the farm to the market on time. So we are bringing a web application to the market. Now, this web application has 4 main features. A marketplace where these smallholder farmers can list their products to available buyers. And we have also a feature where these smallholder farmers can also be pre-financed for the agribusinesses. We will all agree that the agricultural yield today is being reduced due to the lack of finances to be able to engage properly for these agricultural activities. Also, we have the display of displacement trucks and lorries for farmers in need. How does this happen? It happens in 2 ways. Available truck drivers can actually come to this platform and display their availability to transport these food crops from the local farm to the market or to cold storage facilities for these farmers or their end buyers. And trucks that have done delivery and which are returning empty can signal their availability to show that I am in this location and I'm returning to this location. And the farmer who is there and needs to transport their produce can make use of this service. And we also display cold storage facilities that will help these smallholder farmers to store their produce before it gets to their consumer. One of the main problems we analyze too is the adoption rate. We have core facilities in Cameroon. We have displacement trucks. But how close are these solutions to our farmers? This is not just talking. This is the product we have developed. A platform where we can see this is the marketplace for the farmers. They can add their listings where it can be seen. When you go to transport, we find all available truck drivers in their locality that can transport or that are readily available to transport their produce from the farm to the market or to the cold storage. For others, we can also find on the other page where accepted orders, pending orders, and orders that the farmer has received from these buyers. Now for storage, we have available displayed cold storage facilities with the amount of storage that is being available or that is available at the moment for these farmers and close to their location at reasonable prices. So what happens is when the farmer puts their products, when the farmer puts their use on the platform, when the buyers pays the money, it comes to us. And when we receive the money, we wait to ensure or receive a confirmation from the buyer that they have received their product instead. Then the money is being transferred to the farmer. Now, we are impacting or we are looking at a 10% loss in food in post-harvest, a 10% decrease in post-harvest loss due to, yes, we're looking at a 10% reduction in post-harvest loss, where this, which is going to impact 5,000 children over the years or over 3 years, because there are a lot of children, a lot of food that is being wasted in fields, and there are a lot of children which are equally suffering. Also, we are looking at reducing the amount of carbon dioxide that is being released to the atmosphere, because as we all know, food waste generates methane, which is up to 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide over the years. So when reducing food loss, we are also going to... I'm okay.
Shut down, don't stress. I know you were on a roll. Okay, wait, I just need to put your presentation on. Sorry. You're doing very well. Go. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So a 10% drop in food loss in Cameroon is going to prevent malnutrition for over 5,000 plus children who lack access to this food that are rotting in fields. And also, we could prevent 10,000 tons of carbon dioxide, which is being released to the atmosphere due to the generation of this methane gas, and also returning trucks that carry deliveries from these farmlands or from one place to another is going to cut on 130 tons of carbon dioxide and save 50 liters of diesel, equal to planting 6,500 trees. Information from Global Logistics Council. And we are also contributing to SDG 1, 2, 9, 8, 12, and 13 to be able to impact our community. So we go to the market by engaging farmer cooperatives, starting with the one in my local community, my village, which my mom is part of. And we are going to put field agents in these local cooperatives that are going to train the farmers on how to use the platform and how to maximize their output. Currently, our team is on the field at the Manyemen village in the southwest region, collecting this data of the farmers who are readily available to use these products. Also, we're going to make use of digital marketing and social media to be able to reach our potential buyers and transportation and logistic companies. So, our model is simple. We charge 2% transaction fee on any transaction that is being made on the platform. We are not charging the farmers, we are not charging the buyers. We just take 2% transaction fee for any transaction on the platform. The Cameroon online agricultural purse is at 13 billion, and we are looking at serving 3% of that number over the period of 10 years. Our statistics. This is a financial projection we have made, calculated on the estimated amount of transactions that we are going to have on our platform for the period of 5 years. And as seen on the statistics, we are looking to reach 10,000 total farmers in 2028. That is going to help us to break even. And by 2030, reach 50,000 farmers, prevent 20 tons of carbon dioxide, and reach 250 or prevent 250 children from attaining malnutrition. We are asking for $50,000, which is going to be used for over a period of 4 years to live from pilot to impact in our community. Our added value. This product increases the farmer's income and saves them time. And also, it helps connect farmers to pre-financing for their agricultural activities. Now, we are working on the US exit technology for farmers in rural areas without remote or without access to internet connection or smartphones. We have competitors, obviously, but we are entering the market with a display of cold storage facilities and displacement vehicles for these local hold farmers and access to pre-financing, which is lacking in our ecosystem. So we are looking to partner with strategic bodies like AgriFresh, which is a cold storage unit that provides cold storage facilities and chains for smallholder farmers to our platform. We are also partnering with the Ministry of Agriculture in Cameroon to facilitate the exportation of these products for the smallholder farmers to international buyers. Yes, we are also looking at banks and credit unions who are going to be able to find trust on this platform to be able to pre-fund these farmer or agricultural activities. And now we are also looking at partnering with MTN, where we are going to have the access of using SMS service, the smart money payment, where the farmers are going to receive their money directly to their phone, and also for the reachability and connectivity of these small farmers in their areas. So this is our roadmap. The product research started way back in 2025, and we have conducted over 20 validated user interviews, and we have built a platform with our 5 prioritized MVPs, and we are currently looking at embodying all of these, we are currently looking to embodying all of the farmers that my team is currently collecting on board. So we are looking at 10 plus countries with active repeaters over a period of 3 years. Active repeater buyers. I'm working with a team of a total of 8 years of experience, where we have Ayuk Paul, who is an agricultural technician, 4 years of experience. We have Wasi Emanuela, 2 years of experience as a computer engineer and a digital marketer. And we have me, obviously, who succeeded to graduate from her bachelor's degree with 2 years of experience in cybersecurity, and also emerged as the most innovative student in my community and served as the president of my student association back in home, to show that all of these challenges did not stop me. It motivated me to solve the problem I was facing in my community. A child will go to bed hungry today, while food meant to be on her plate is being wasted in a field. You can stop this. Let's make sure every harvest reaches a home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you leaned into your experience from your community, and I think that really stands out. You've got a very deliberate platform strategy. When you showed the competitors, you sort of showed what were the differentiators, and obviously the differentiators was not common to everyone, probably for a reason, right? And I want to double click on it. You mentioned cold storage, and you mentioned partnering with another organization. I think it was AgriFresh, yes. I'm assuming you're outsourcing that part, so a part of your revenue would go to them for that dimension, if you can confirm if that's correct. And then you spoke about transportation. You touched on partnering with the export department in the country. What about transportation domestically within the country, if you can answer that? And then the last part you touched on as a differentiator was pre-financing. Again, where would that financing come from? Would you have banks as strategic partners to the platform and so forth? So I'm keen on double clicking on those 3 differentiators that you had, and the question becomes, the more partners you have, does that not erode the value, but obviously reduce the risk?
Okay, thank you for the amazing question. So I would like to start with the last one, where the money for the pre-financing is going to come from. So what actually happens now in our ecosystem is middlemen go to these smallholder farmers and give them money, saying, okay, you're planting tomatoes now. When you're going to harvest these tomatoes, I'm giving you this money, I'm going to come and collect like a basket of tomato for this amount, relatively low to the cost of tomatoes in the market at that period. Also, banks and credit unions have the probability, or cooperative credit unions have the probability to fund these smallholder farmers. But now the issue is trust. How do I trust that you are going to deliver these produce to me? How do I trust that if I give you this money, I'm going to get my yield? That is where the platform comes in place, because we are grouping these smallholder farmers also into cooperatives, where in this cooperative, as a body, tracking their agricultural activities and their milestones is going to permit us to know that, okay, we'll go to the cooperative head and say, Mama Manka has been planting corn for 5 years. I want to invest in her. Is she trustworthy? Has she been generating revenue over the time? Has she collect strategic information about the profile of the farmer they are willing to invest in? Now, going to AgriFresh. AgriFresh is a cold storage facility. And what happens is we list their features on our platform as a cold storage, as a cold storage, as a cold storage warehouse. Let's put it that way. We list this thing on our platform, and these smallholder farmers now can view this facility, because one of the problems too we face is adoption. My mother suffered that loss of 4 million francs because we never knew about cold storage facilities. Many smallholder farmers in rural areas lack this information. That is where this link for smallholder farmers to cold storage facilities come into. Please. I don't know if I'm missing the last question.
Transportation.
Okay, for the transportation. Domestic. Can I just... For the domestic transportation, actually, on the page where we find transport, truck drivers, normal truck drivers in the community will come and list their availabilities. I have a pickup of this amount of size that can transport this amount of goods. This is where I'm located. I have this amount of storage on my vehicle. This is where I'm located. Now, me, a farmer in Manyemen, I need to transport my products from my farm to my market. I go to the platform, I scroll, which is the closest truck driver to me that can transport the amount of, or the quantity of produce that I have. I go to the driver's profile, and then the truck driver and the farmer are being interconnected. That's how it happens. Then the second phase now is where if I deliver a product to, say, from Yaoundé to Bafoussam, or from the northwest to the southwest, obviously I'll have to go back to where I return. Instead of returning empty, I have the possibility to list on the platform that I am returning to this place and I have space on my truck. Now, people on that location now can use that facility to transport their produce from there. That will be eliminating a second half-fuel truck that was supposed to carry those produce back to the community.
Yeah, no, very good presentation, I must say. But one quick question. I want you to run me through from a point where I'm a farmer, I come with my produce, place it in your cold storage, then sell it to whoever I'm selling it to. That process, I just want to understand how it works, and in this case, how the money moves. You understand, right? Yeah. Okay, so for how the money moves, there are actually two for when the buyer buys the product from the farmer and when the farmer receives pre-financing from the cooperatives or from the credit unions. So as a farmer, when you list your product, a buyer is interested, he places an order. If you accept the order that you can deliver, the money is being sent and it is sent to the system. We are the ones holding the money. Now, once we have received the money, the farmer is alerted to be able to transport or deliver the produce that the buyer has demanded. Once the buyer confirms that he has received their produce, the money is being transported now to the farmer to ensure that the two parties at the end of the day are being transparent and transparent. Now, when it comes to the financing, the pre-financing from the cooperatives and credit union, when you're being funded, there are milestones. For example, there are stages to planting. You have clearing, you have watering, you have planting, actually, you have harvesting. Now, the budget is going to be allocated for each season, which is going to be given progressively as the project moves on. Means when we receive the money that an institution has provided for funding for a farmer, the farmer receives based on how they track or they divided their milestones for this agricultural season. That's how the money is going to be used. Or transport. All right, no worries. It takes me to the next question, because already what you're doing there, you are becoming a clearing market So you've got buyers, you've got sellers, and you have to now clear the money. So the money is settled. So one person deposits the money, then you pay the other person, and you get your 2%. Have you thought about regulation behind that? So so maybe that's an area you need to look at, because you are now handling other people's money.
Yes, sir.
So it presents a risk.
Okay, sir.
Right.
Oh, look, thank you for that insight, and I'll work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jemima. Our next speaker is from South Africa, our first place winner, Wendile Mpofu, for her Carbon Smart Solutions Africa.
Imagine a smallholder farmer in Motsepe in the Free State, working on 2 or 3 hectares of land. That soil feeds their family and their livelihoods. Sometimes it is quietly storing carbon and implementing ecosystem health. Today, that farmer earns nothing from their contribution, and it's not because the work is not being done, but because carbon is hard to measure, verification is expensive. In South Africa alone, we have 2.5 million smallhold farmers facing this challenge. Soil carbon measurements is expensive. Verification systems are only built for large farm holders, and data is fragmented. The result is a local urgent environmental rescue to degraded soils, excluded farmers, and loss of climate finance opportunities. Good afternoon. My name is Wendile Mpofu, and I'm the founder of Carbon Smart Solutions Africa. Carbon Smart Africa exists to solve this problem. We make soil to verification simple, verifiable, profitable for smallhold farmers. Our solution is integrated. Our solution integrates 3 systems, and that is the IoT systems that test for soil carbon moisture and for carbon viability itself. And the second one, it uses drone mapping. Can you please play the video? And the second one, it uses drones for mapping, and the third, it's used offline. Oh, sorry. So this is our app. It keeps track of the performance in our field. So the field performances that comes from our IoTs translates straight to our system. And this counts how many carbon credits our farmers were able to harvest or generate in their field. So this is our prototype that we are deploying in end of March. Africa is home to 250 million smallholder farmers. Our serviceable market focuses on 15 to 25 million farmers in regenerative agriculture and suitable regions for regenerative agriculture and biochar practices. Our initial obtainable market is 50,000 to 100,000 farmers over the next 5 to 7 years. At the same time, voluntary markets are expanding into the 2030s, and buyers are looking for integrity carbon credits, and Carbon Smart Solutions bridges both the supply and the demand gap. Our business model is designed for deployment, our business model is designed for adoption first and sustainability second. Carbon Smart Solutions Africa is registered. It has registered farmers who are able to use this platform for free. Then in the 10 to 30 share verified carbon credits. And we have a 3-tier subscription pricing for our subscriptions to cooperatives and partners. Data reporting and training services for institution, and this creates recurring revenue while keeping costs. Carbon Smart is already operational in the field. We have 15 hectares of land that are already piloted, and we have 57 farmers who have been onboarded, and we just obtained 300 plus hectares of land that is ready for expansion. Our pilot generates 1 to 3 tons of CO2 per hectare and per year, generates 100% data geotagged. Farmers are onboarded through municipalities, extension services, and agricultural colleges, ensuring strong community involvement, and this is not a concept, it is operational. What you see is real field work. This image shows farmers applying biochar, installing soil sensors, participating in training, and this is how climate action becomes local, measurable, and inclusive. Community participation is not an add-on, it is Carbon Smart's model. Each participating farmers can generate 1 to 3 tons of CO2 per year. Conservative prices of 300 to 600 per ton. This creates a meaningful supplementary income. Scale platform MRV services generates 12.5 to 50 million annually, with carbon credits revenue enabled in the matured project. This demonstrates both environmental impact and commercial viability. The MRV is fragmented. Global platforms, they focus on large projects. Satellites depend on lack of ground truth data. Marketplaces depend on third-party MRVs. Carbon Smart operates in the sector of both of these. We provide an end-to-end Africa appropriate, offline capable soil to credit platforms with strong barriers to entry through local partnerships and verified data. Our go-to market is, sorry, I have to go-to market. Our go-to market makes our strategy follows a pilot to scale approach. We launch pilots to prove impact and scale through institutions and cooperatives, then activate revenue through partnerships, buyers. This keeps acquisition costs low and ensures buyers are ready, and carbon supply is backed by a credible MRV. Oh, did it go off? Pardon? We are raising 1.2 million to 2.5 million to move from pilot to scale. Funds are allocated to 35% of our technology. Marketing administration compliance is 5%. Our biochar production setup is 15%. And our MRV acquisition and verification is 20%. And our field operation deployment is 25%. In the next 18, we will be completing our MRVP, expand pilots registries, and first verified carbon credits, and secure long-term off-takers partners. Our team combines soil science, technology, operations, marketing, business development, and we pride ourselves in closing the gap between the carbon credit markets. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's an innovative idea that you have. Obviously, farmers tend to stick and think about their produce and how to get it to market and the sustainability of their business. They wouldn't think about the carbon credits that they can, benefit from, or the additional revenue in addition to what they produce. So thank you for that. What I'm just wondering is what solutions exist out there already? How does what you're proposing stand out ahead of those? Because obviously there's always, when applications come in and solutions of this nature, there's always that adoption period. So you have to be very clear of that differentiating kind of factors. And especially a farmer still thinking revenue bottom line. So how do you help them bridge that, how they've always thought to there's an extra revenue stream? So almost that, how do you get that mind shift going with them as well? Thanks.
So I get your question because most people don't even know what carbon credits are. It is still a conversation that people are trying to figure out. But with our farmers, what we do before we take them on the journey of the pilot project is that we start with training. We make them understand what the project will entail, then they sign on with Carbon Smarts. Then secondly, what we do is we deploy this biochar out to them for free. That's how much we are confident in our project. And the reason being is that we usually customize this biochar according to their land. And the nice part about it is that the same residue that they would have to remove off their farm is the same residues that they have to use the same biochar and put it back into the soil. So they get more patience because we give them this training of the biochar, but on top of that, we give them an opportunity to learn, so that should they ever get out of our 5-year contracts that we have with them, they can carry on for themselves. So the whole project, it's not necessarily profit based. It is mainly teaching our communities that, hey, you can make extra income by doing what you've always been doing, and just showing them other ways, like staying away from chemically used fertilizers, and at the same time helping degraded soils.
Just in terms of your revenue stream, so there's a carbon credit angle to it, but I if you could just recap on the other revenue stream that you get through the app, and so then the second question is linked to the carbon credits. Do you run that process end to end of using your data? You go find the verifier, you provide the data, get the credit for them, and obviously you get a revenue from it, or are you just providing the data, then they must run with the process of getting the verification? So sorry, 2 parts.
We are actually doing the whole project from verifying, because the actual idea is to actually have a first African MRV. Our monitoring monitoring, reporting, verification system, which Africa does not have, but we own the largest land and our lands are degraded and unused. And secondly, what we are trying to do is take the advantage of this because of when we build that carbon sink for the communities, they get to have clients from Europe who are very much in need of these carbon credits. So we're kind of showing them a new stream, but also teaching them what they are dealing with and the conversations that are being had currently.
Yeah, so I just want to understand the system. You've got a 5-year contract with your farmers, and this is to plant a specific crop and then not to harvest for 5 years, but to rather get the carbon credit. I just want to understand the credit, the system, because it's different from how we generally employ carbon credits. So that whole market, I'm very interested to understand how your system is going to work in the...
Okay, so the 5-year contract is for us to go on the journey together, from the ups and downs of it. So what the app then does for our farmers in the meantime that we are waiting to generate these carbon credits, I'm sure you saw that there's a marketplace there. So we then take their produce. So what we do is we bring farmers together. We partnered with a company called Agritech. So they also have data of farmers that are interested in the service of soil testing and so forth. Then they give us those farmers who are looking for the market as well to not just harvest carbon credits, but also sell their produce. But what the system does is just to show them how their field is performing from before they generate those carbon credits up to when they do generate the carbon credits, sell them on the market, and becomes a continuous process. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, well, I'm interested in the system because you'd issue a carbon credit. So this company, your company issues the carbon credit itself? This is a voluntary market? Yes. I'm trying to understand the whole system because it's not clear to me.
Okay, so the system works like an MRV. Basically. So what happens is both farmers and the buyers, right? They can go on the system, but currently we are not yet registered, but we are in the process of being registered, hoping that by end of Q3 it will be done because we've started the process. But the system acts like an MRV that verifies when they eventually come, they first check, then they go and do their full checking themselves.
Maybe I could add more to the farmer. So what is the net income from a farmer side? Have you already looked at that in terms of from carbon money?
So what happens, obviously, as we know that the carbon credit market is not stable. Like as of today, it says that one carbon credit, it's 1.5 to 1.6, for example. So that is one incentive that farmers can look forward to. But in the meantime, we just look at other mainstreams to make them incomes. And that's why we also integrated the marketplace.
So they get 100% of the carbon revenue? They get 100% of the carbon revenue?
No, they don't. We do a 10-30 split after the verification of the carbon credits.
Okay.
Can I just add something?
Yeah, please.
So proceeds, whenever we go into these communities, when they sign on with us, out of the money that is made on the carbon credits, we leave it in the community. And this goes to, we don't necessarily talk to education, we are more into teaching people how to make their own money and not be reliant on us, but be dependent on themselves.
And what risks do they for just being part of this program?
There's no risk. That's why I said we trust our concept so much that we carry on all the costs from start. Then when we get to the carbon credit harvesting, then that's when the split happens. But everything from biochar, from working on the land, helping them out with everything, we carry the costs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ndile. Our next speaker is from Cameroon, our third place winner, Bill Aga, for his agri-check.
In my community in the northwest region of Cameroon, it is commonly said that the earth do not lie. But last season, my aunts planted on time, so she thought. The rain delayed, the sun dried, the land dried, she lost her harvest, and she lost her investment. This story is not about my aunt alone. It's about several other women farming in my community. And we did our further research. We discovered that many smallholder farmers in Africa farm blindly, not badly, sometimes because they don't have enough data or enough decision. So AgriCheck leverages satellite soil and weather data through its platform to help smallholder farmers make the right farming decisions at the right time using simple SMS and voice alerts. I am Bill Aga, co-founder of AgriCheck. Did you know over $800 million is lost every season? 95% of farms depend entirely on rainfall. That is, they don't have an irrigation system. Missing the planting window by just 1 week can cut yields by 5 to 6%. And farmers are losing over $200 per hectare every season due to poor timing. These are statistics from the World Bank and Ministry of Agriculture in Cameroon. In Cameroon, we have 4 million hectares being farmed by smallholder farmers. $800 million is being lost every season. This has ripple effects like families going hungry, malnutrition, and poverty. Now, the devastating nature of the climate has triggered a lot of people to come up with a lot of solutions. However, statistics tells us that 89% of smallholder farmers receive zero agronomic advice. Farmers don't need more sensors. They need decisions in the language they understand. The gap isn't technology. The gap is accessibility. So what do? AgriCheck delivers clear, timely farming decisions directly to farmers. We tell them when to plant, when to spray, when to apply input, and when to wait. All this is delivered to them through SMS and voice messages directly in the language they understand. Now, how does it work? We start by onboarding farmers through cooperative NGOs and field agents. They register their crop types, their farm location, and through our satellite weather data and, of course, our AI agronomic model, we're able to perform some climate intelligence computation that permit us not to send data to the farmer, but decisions around how they can best increase their yield. Farmers also can access credits for seeds and fertilizers, or they can pay for the platform with their produce. Farmers also submit reports to us, which help increase our AI model and help improve our accuracy. Here's a demo. Here's a demo of how our platform works. Maybe we could play the video. So basically, we are connected to Sentinel satellite, an open source satellite, who is offering us access to We can check it on agricheck.farm. Now, we have been working for the past 12 months with 79 farmers in our pilot program across several grains in Cameroon. We have also been able to notice with farmers who were using our solutions in our pilot and those who do not use 15% crop loss reduction measured from preventable weather and timing errors, and also had a 20% input efficiency gain. And a lot of the farmers, 70% of them, returned for the second season. This solution has also won first place at the Climate Tech Hackathon, and we have been accepted into the incubation program of the MasterCard FAST program. So this is a picture of some of our field agents onboarding farmers. Now, affordable for farmers, valuable for partners. Our business model is very simple. Farmer pay $3 per report. They also could subscribe for a whole season to receive unlimited reports and also to be able to get advices relating to, input financing, fertilizing, pesticides, and so many more. So what are our financial projections? Our financial projections in 2026, we're targeting 2,500 farmers, and we're looking at attending at least 100,000 farmers by 2029. Our unit economics, it costs us the farmers pay $30 per season, and it costs us $10 to be able to serve these farmers. A gross margin of 67%, but after removing operational expenses, we are talking about minus 60 or minus 70%, depending on the times and the season. Now, what is the market opportunity here? There are over 2.5 million smallholder farmers in Cameroon. 70% of them grow their crops based on hypothesis or based on guesswork or tradition. In sub-Saharan Africa, we're talking about 138 million smallholder farmers. 95% rely on rain-fed farming. So this is a potential market of $210 million at $30 per season. With a penetration rate of just 5%, we can be able to achieve this target. So our go-to-market strategy is working with the field agents and working with the cooperatives. Of course, we also approach NGOs who permit us to get their farmer leads. Our platform is the only decision, not dashboard-based platform. We are doing precision farming, but our focus is on behavioral change. We deliver decisions, not data, designed for low connectivity, low literacy farmers. So what are long-term impact? We are globally aligned with SDG 2, Zero Hunger, SDG 13, Climate Action, and AU Agenda 2063 on advancing agricultural information. We are looking at increasing farmer income by at least 100 million by 2027, and of course, saving 2.5 million people from food insecurity. So our milestones, we are looking at reaching 500 farmers by the end of the decade. We are asking for partnership support. Currently, we're on a 12-month fundraising round for $250,000. We are also investing a lot into our language support to make sure that farmers can receive this in their local languages. This funding also go into training of our AI models, on-ground training of field agents, input supplies, and of course, connections and partnerships with telcos and other cooperatives. This is built by farmers, scientists, and builders. We have agri-scientists on board, business leaders, and product development. There are some of the feedback from our farmers who have been able to, experience our solution in our pilot phase. So the future of farming is data-driven. AgriCheck is more than a platform. It's a movement to democratize climate intelligence for Africa's sub-Saharan 138 million smallholder farmers. We are turning uncertainty into opportunity, one SMS at a time. Join us in building climate resilience from the ground up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. Yeah, just a couple of questions. In terms of your, I understand that the revenue model going forward. Once you have the technology set up and the platforms, what does your cost structure look like in the future? Maybe there's obviously a lot of investment to get things up and running first, but then what is that cost structure going forward in terms of maintaining the platform, the intelligence, or the field agents? What do you think that will be in the future, or does the cost sort of come down as you get the technology set up? And then my other question is, you talk about sending decisions, not dashboards, which is great. But there's a but. And maybe it's part of how it's marketed, but if you're sending decisions and the decision is wrong, and despite all the AI and the climate scenarios, the weather is the weather and it does strange things, does that expose you to a risk that you've told a farmer to plant tomorrow? Something goes wrong, he loses all his crop. What's his comeback?
All right. Thank you very much for your question. Your first question was on the cost structure. Eventually, our cost structure goes down, not because of two important reasons. The first is our platform, our agronomic AI model, becomes smarter with the more it's being used. And also, the farmers, basically, that we reach out to, especially through field agents and with our pilot, they go on to refer to all their friends and communities about this solution. And that's how we have been able to get more farmers joining the platform with no marketing. So this means that the effectiveness of the solution brings in more customers, reducing our cost of outreach. And thirdly, one of the things that we have worked on is also making it very easy and accessible. Farmers pay on the platform through mobile money. And at the end of the day, the aim is really to speak to them in the language that they understand. And 80% of the food we eat come from smallholder farmers. And these farmers, majority of them are in rural areas. They face a lot of challenges technology-wise. Reasons why we talked about really focusing on sending them actionable plant advisory than focusing on displaying them the dashboard. However, the dashboard is still available for more sophisticated farmers. On our pilot phase, we have some farmers owning lots of hectares of land, more than 220 hectares, who onboarded and were monitoring their farm through the online dashboard. So our aim is really to see how we could be more inclusive with the rural farmers and who are responsible for 80% of the food we eat. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So talking about the decisions, one thing we have done to reduce the error margin is to use at least two open source satellites. We have Sentinel and Landsat. So the AI now does a cross-referencing and try to optimize its advisory based on that. However, there's still an error margin, right? And what we are working on is really getting feedback from the farmers as much as we can to see how we can keep improving on it and make it better over time.
Yeah, thanks for that. I had a question around disease surveillance. So looking at not only the climate and when to plant, so advice on planting, harvesting, whatever, but also around so certain diseases would have. If it's high humidity or high temperature, a lot of rainfall, there will be conditions that will increase a particular disease, or we can have an outbreak of a particular disease. So is that built into the advisory, or is it just purely measuring the climatic conditions for planting, etc.? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that very good question. Eventually, our platform is focused right now on soil data, weather patterns, and other agronomic data, but we have not really invested in plant diseases, because I think it comes also with some level of precision to be able to collect real-time images of the plants and also having real-time images of the region. But sometimes the AI models are behind current events. So for now, we are not yet offering disease surveillance. But I think we'll be including that in our future updates.
Yeah, so it's been, sure. I did agriculture probably 25 years ago. So we were already using those systems then to monitor and check disease surveillance. So by now, it should be very advanced to bring this in, because that is where we started, like early warning systems, looking at disease surveillance. So I used to monitor a disease, a potato disease, all over the country. And so my model used to tell me when to expect an outbreak. And so having that kind of added value would already, it would move your, so just bringing in that information that already exists, and it should be of a very high quality by now, with like 20 years of research. That would be a add-on. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Fungai. So I just, so thank you so much. I think it's quite a nice and innovative solution that I can see making a real impact and a real difference. I'm going to go hint, colleagues from MTN. MTN obviously has a partnership with Microsoft and Tomorrow IO on early warnings for all. And in Nigeria, we actually piloted that technology. So Tomorrow IO puts actually extra satellites in space that has greater cover than what all governments are using at the moment. And then there's greater predictability. So that would almost complement your efforts quite nicely to be able to say, what are the weather patterns going to be in advance and so forth. So I think beyond PachiPanda that we're talking about today, do engage the team. So Eduardo, Jean-Melvin, if we can encourage that Tomorrow IO Microsoft partnership in country, I think this would be a brilliant technology to link back in. I had two questions. Firstly, your platform is amazing, but it also assumes, I'll try to be quick. Sorry, Fungai. The judges were being cut off here. Okay, I'll ask one question. So it almost felt like you got to be digitally literate to use your platform. So what are you looking at doing to enable the literacy level? Because farmers obviously have a varying degree of literacy, let alone digital literacy. How would you educate them to be able to better use the platform? Because it did look like some of us are not as technology savvy. We would try and ring fence our farm and so forth. But how do you boost that level of digital literacy?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The way we went around that was through a few agents and cooperatives. So we meet farmers in their cooperative, a few agents get there, and through their laptops, farmers are able to onboard. Now, once the farmer has been onboarded, he doesn't have to do anything again from that moment. He can just send feedback through SMS, because through his phone number, he'll be able to receive SMS directly on whatever phone he's using, on how well his crops is doing, and also on different patterns that are happening around his crops. Yeah. And for those who are sophisticated, there are emails and dashboards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Judges, I'm so sorry. There will be time afterwards to ask more questions. Our next speaker, our second winner from Nigeria, Ndaman Olayinka, for his bi-scrap. Good luck. Yeah, you just press the green button, this one, yeah. And to go back, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Idama Joshua Lainka. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the founder of bi-scrap Nigeria. 4 years ago, that was 2021, I grew up as a scrap buyer. And so what we call scrap buyers are people that buy iron, aluminium, and copper, electronic waste. And so I grew up in Oshodi, buying with the informal sector. So that those are people that buy. And one thing I noticed was that I ventured into it because of I needed to make money. It was not easy getting a job. But later I saw one passion and which was most of the electronic waste, especially the battery waste we bought. We always had issues, health issues. We had to burn the copper wires, and that was what we did in Lagos. I was guilty of that for that 4 years until I was able to get enlightened through a recycling program I went to, and that was what gave birth to Scrap Nigeria. So you can see that's a landfill, electronic waste, dismantled and all that. So Scrap Nigeria is a tech-driven platform that is simplifying the collection and recycling of electronic waste, ensuring that this electronic waste can be reused. We are not just going to be recycling them. It can be reused, it can be refurbished, it can be repaired, it can be put back to use. So we are giving electronic waste a second life. So this is the problem I explained. You can see the improper sorting of discarded electronics. You can also see the copper wires being burnt. And all these toxic components leak into the soil. We have issues of our food product being rejected by the FDA because of lead and being found in it. And these are one of the issues. We also have workers handling e-waste in unsafe conditions. These are not safe conditions. And also the biggest one, e-waste has value. But most of the informal sectors don't know that. And so they just break it, like as seen in this picture. You can see being broken. So I decided, why not come up with a platform? And this platform is to digitize the electronic waste industry in Nigeria, which can be scaled to any other country. And that was how Scrap Nigeria came to be. We started with a WordPress platform at first. You go to www.byscrap.com.ng is live. And people started buying and selling electronic waste. We were making money. But something else came up. We discovered that there was a bomb explosion in Kano one time. That was June 2025. Some of our guys went to buy scraps, and not knowing that there was a bomb inside some of the scraps they put into the truck, and it exploded. Secondly, again, there was another issue in the community where some of the informal sectors used to go and pour the lead batteries into the river, and it was causing health issues. There was another journalist that came to Nigeria and discovered that there was another problem. The people that used to recycle the batteries, and when they recycle, they do it improperly, and because they are trying to avoid doing it the right way. And when they do that, the environment was filled with lead. And when they did the air quality assessment, it was discovered that even 5-year-old children had lead issues already. So that's the public health issues. So this is how the platform works. When the user goes to our platform, puts in the address that he or she wants to sell electronic waste, because we are looking at quality from source, not just from the informal sector. The electronic waste moves from the source to the landfills, so we are trying to avoid that. Schedules a time for pickup, and a scrap officer comes. So what else we did? To clear this, we did not produce this laptop. We repurpose for good also. We have a circular store whereby electronic components, washing machines, air conditioning, laptops are put together, repaired, repurposed, and put on the circular store, as you can see on our byscrap.com.ng. So how do we make money? One of the biggest way we make money right now is through the profit margin, where we sell to off-takers. We are very good with partnership with recyclers. We have so many recyclers in Nigeria, and we believe in partnership. That's number one. And so when we buy from users, we pay them cash, because when I started, I was able to save some money. So that was what I used to start big. We pay them cash for their electronic waste per kg, and also if it's per piece. We also refurbish, as you can see, this electronic hub we were able to launch through the $1,500 that we got from MTN Nigeria last year. We were able to up it, and also put some equipment for laptop repairs, washing machine, microwaves, and other electronics. We also supply to off-takers, business to business. And we also make revenue from e-waste management and consultation, also to NGOs that want to do this. And so these are attraction. Over 1,200 users right now, and 144 orders have been placed in the past 6 months. We were able to exhibit at the Delta 40 Circular Economy Summit in Kenya. We also have been able to divert 20 tons of electronic waste. And a very good one, we were able to partner with Umpire. So Umpire is an NGO, and on our platform, we have a place you can donate your electronic waste. So we have so many upper middlemen and the wealthy men in Nigeria that have such electronic waste, and they donate to us, are able to start the planting tree initiatives. So we discovered that 25% of the total collected electronic waste were able to be refurbished, and it gave us a high profit margin. So we started working on that. But like I said, we also had issues of picking up this. There were safety issues. That was when we decided, the product team decided that we had to add the AI material recognition. which is what we now do. So we're able to add AI material recognition, whereby taking your phone, going on the platform, putting it like this, it can be able to detect the different types of materials. So if the scraps are many, it can be able to detect also lead contamination. So we also educate on users. And another good one we did was we were able to start Agent Youth Network. So these are collector agents, because we know we can't reach everybody. So we use the Agent Youth Network to be able to reach them in communities. So we are able to train 25 youth of them. And we also have the Micro Health Initiative. So this is the market opportunity. According to this market opportunity, we have 46.3 kilotons of electronic waste in Nigeria, which is around 64.2 billion. That's around like $47.3 million. It's a big one. We started targeting Lagos, and this year, our goal is to target at least 3% in Lagos. So this is our financials. The amount we have been able to make, 13,964 in revenue. We also have some refurbished electronics we are yet to sell on the circular store, which is around $4,500 apart from this. So these are asks. In Lagos, when you go to on Google, you want to sell your scrap electronics and all that, you see us first. But other places in Nigeria, they need us and we can't reach out to them. So we decided that we need to set up another 2 refurbishment up, just like the one MTN was able to help us set up through the fund money we did. So which is why we need $10,000 for that. We also want to implement our AI logistics platform, and also use the MTN Nigeria Cloud Services, because they also have the local language modeling, which is very, very important, and the USSD code, and also on the circular store, using the MTN Momo, so that somebody in South Africa can be able to buy a part, probably a screen, that he needs for his laptop, and doesn't want to buy new one. And also train 100 new community agent collectors. So these are our competition, but we believe in competition, because if we collaborate together as recycling partners, it's easier to be able to solve the electronic waste problem in Nigeria. So this is our team, 4 years in electronic waste, picking up scraps, the CTO, and there. So these are the platform works. I'm trying to play the video.
When a user visits our platform, they can put in their address to request for pickup and other information required for pickup. By integrating advanced AI, we've enabled real-time detection of material.
Thank you. Yes, I'm done. Thank you. Time is up, that's why.
Awesome.
Debates here on who's going first. Thank you so much for your platform. Very ironic. MTN Nigeria supports the Media Innovation Program. And when the journalists came here to South Africa as part of their program, they actually asked me this very question to say, what approach does MTN Nigeria take in device and e-waste and recycling? And they're saying, we need to come up with a solution. So you've just presented a really amazing solution. Thank you for that. I just wanted to find out, I think when people look at devices, they often miss the companies that produce the devices. Because if you think about it, MTN does not manufacture devices. And as an example, we buy from third parties. From what you see in your approach, what role does device manufacturers play in your ecosystem? That was a question. How do you bring them in? And then I quite like your AI features, your USSD, and looking at large language models. And we know our CEO often speaks about Africa not staying behind from an AI perspective. What I'm wondering is, again, how do you shift the behavior? Now it's Nigerian consumers. How do you convince Nigerian consumers to uptake a platform like yours? How do you change the mindsets and the behavior as well? Thanks.
Thank you very much for that question. In our business model, one of the future monetization we are looking at is extended producer responsibility fee. And so right now we have an organization, IPRON, and through the MTN money, we'll also be able to get our license with IPRON and NESRA. It's an environmental agency all over Nigeria. And so the plan is actually to reach out to them and say, okay, let's partner together. We can offtake this. Because let me tell you one thing. And so when people try to repair some of these devices, there are sometimes they use different components which are not supposed to be so. So there's a very popular place, Computer Village. They do it very well. The informal sectors, they do it very well, use it, and they sell it as new to buyers. And the next time, 1 month's time, the phone has gone. But we are trying to bring out a buyback campaign whereby it's traceable. You have sold to this user. You are able to know that this is the user. This is our platform. So on when you are selling, we are already there with, we can do the buyback campaign and also pay you because it's worth. So I don't know how to convert it to Naira, but we buy this one is high-end chips. And for the other, maybe Android phone, we buy around 4,000 Naira per piece. We don't do per kilo for that. But when we sort it, we do per kilo and 35,000 Naira. And so we do that. So for this second question, which is, sorry, come again, the second question. Okay, convincing Nigerians. So for the Nigerian markets, because I went to Kenya last year to try to compare both markets. So there's a company in Green Bay that does also end-of-life electronics. When they collect the electronics and bring it to the refurbishment hub, they can pay later. But in the Nigerian market, no, you can't try that. Nobody will give you this thing and say, come and pay later. They don't even trust you. So we ensure that we have to pay as soon as possible. And so in Nigeria right now, we check our WhatsApp, we check our platform, we have hundreds of orders. People want to sell it, especially solar inverter batteries. It's a moving market. Solar panels, it's a moving market. Even solar panels, we can't recycle them in Nigeria. And nobody wants to take them from us. So we reached out to eWaste Africa in South Africa. They are doing a good job. They are converting this e-waste to bricks. And we told them, how can you help us? Can we be exporting this thing? They said, it's easier exporting to Europe countries than exporting to South Africa by sea. And we calculated the transportation that it could not work. So we decided that, okay, what of knowledge transfer? You transfer the knowledge to us, and we're trying to work on that partnership. But we'll not be able to go there because we're in Johannesburg, they're in Pretoria, another city. And so in Nigeria, it's a moving market. We have the biggest electronic hubs, Alaba International Computer Village. In Kanu, you see this electronics daily. Nigerians like gadgets, washing machine. So what we are just trying to do is that it's someone has used this, has kept it for long. It can still be used by someone else. It can still be used by someone else, and it gives it a longer lifespan. Thank you.
Yeah, this thing of reusing triggered a question around energy efficiency. And I think about appliances that we had like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and how inefficient they are. But of course, they're still carrying on. So I'm interested to hear, especially if you're looking at large appliances. It got triggered by the question on, by your reflection on a washing machine. So the technology may be old, but you can fix it and it can be reused. But what about the energy efficiency part of it? I think that's also something that one needs to keep in mind. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that question. And so I would use a fridge as an example. I'll also go to the washing machine. So for a fridge now, probably it's old, but the body is still good. So what we're able to do is that we're able to partner with two companies, Solastic and Coolbooks. So Coolbooks is a very, very popular company. So what they do is to convert fridges to solar fridge. So you can see the compressor is removed, but we are selling the body. So this compressor also, the liquid is not supposed to be thrown away, the gas is not supposed to be thrown away, and so we send them to recycling companies. These are exported outside, but the body is still there and it's being reused as solar fridges, and it's sold on our platform also. Well, likewise, quad loops, they were able to also send to Mozambique, so that's how we were able to also see that we can scale. Because if Mozambique can order around 100 pieces from them, then if we are selling electronic waste batteries to them, then we are working hand in hand. So it's a win-win for both parties.
Yeah, maybe a quick one, just on this one. Just run me through the revenue. So how much do you get from buying and selling, export, repair and refurb? Yeah.
So I will start from the buying and selling. So what we do is a 30% margin currently. And so I will use dollar. I just hope I can be able to get the calculation. But if we buy a device for $10, which is 10 times 13, using Nigeria gas, 13,000 naira, and we can be able to sell at around 18,000 naira, which I don't know how much is in dollar. So like we use a 30% margin. And why it's easier for us is that most of the collectors in Lagos, they have issues with logistics. It's like a major problem, the traffic and all that. But what we did was to use the agent network. So the 25 agent network right now, that's the youth network, they have a house, there's a small space, they can keep it. So when we are sending the truck we list, we are going through a lot of them. We use Google API at the back end. We are going to the same location to pick up all these items and sort that out. So it reduces the time of pickup and all that. For the export of the sorted e-waste, we have two partners that reached out to us, and EACR Recycling in the US. They have the specific types they can collect because they said the other types of electronics, we have to pay them to recycle them, which is not favorable for us. And we also have another one in through a Lebanon local representative there in Nigeria. And so what we plan to do, we have been able to gather, because even aggregators, the informal sectors, we work with them, we can't do without them. So we are able to put them into these businesses on the water platform. When they have, you have 100 kg, you have 200 kg, I have 500 kg, we gather everything together, export. That's what we do for the export. But we have not started exporting in large scale. We are still doing aggregation because we have not got it to that level. So that is why we went last week. We went, because Nigeria is moving from oil exportation to non-oil to help the economy. And this is an non-oil exportation. So what we did was to go for the training, a 1-week training, and we were able to gather ideas on how to export. But we don't export metals because we cycle them in Ikorodu, Lagos there.
And lastly,
yes, sir.
Yeah, on the materials that most of this e-waste, I think it's quite hazardous.
Yeah, very hazardous.
So I haven't just heard how you are managing that aspect.
And so, some of the partners we put, that's the competitors we put there, Inkley Recycling, they're a very, very big company in Nigeria in the e-waste. So what we tried to do was to try to then know how they do this. Packham also, so I went for internship with them and discovered these are the equipment they need because they've been doing it for a very long time, but they're kind of pivoting away from it to data destruction. We don't have the capacity for that for now. So what we did was to get an idea, like a roadmap on how we need to buy all this. And so with the funds we also got, we were able to get some of this material in the refurbishment up. So when they are working on it, we do that. But for the lead batteries, which is the most hazardous, what we do is that we have a collection center. The regulatory agencies are aware. When we collect them, we put them separately. So we are not the ones recycling them, but because you have to remove everything. So the recycling company in Ikorodu does that. We just take it to them because it's the most hazardous.
Your rent is about 444. So how do you align your rent to what you just said?
The rents that we rent.
The rent, yeah.
So this, this place is like, this is not just the building, they are also smaller rents. And so this is like my personal space. I decided to convert one room to my own personal space and the other 3 stores, which are big stores, to the electronic waste instead of paying extra rent. So I pay myself salary, I pay from this, and the other guys are working there and pay. So it's splitted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We have come to our last speaker, the second place winner from Uganda, Hannington Serwanga, for his Kampala Buzz Line.
As they will be projecting my presentation, Deshina, I'm so sorry that you've not yet had a unique solution that aligns with your background. Kindly pay attention to me. Hello, PachiPanda. My name is Hannington Serwanga. Oh, can someone help? This one? I'm sorry, I'm not so technological. So, hello PachiPanda. My name is Hannington Serwanga from Uganda. I want us to take a moment and reflect on this quote. Albert Einstein said, if the bee disappears from the surface of the earth, man would have no more than 4 years to live. Who of you would want to die in the next 4 years? I come from a country. In 1908, when Winston Churchill trekked the African continent, said this: for magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, birds, insects, reptiles, beasts, Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa. But I want to give you some bad news. The pearl is losing its shine, and I fear what is happening in cities across Africa. Let's take a look. Kampala alone has lost up to 93% of its natural forest cover. Johannesburg, where everyone is proudly standing today, has lost up to 96% of its natural forest cover. Lagos, a worrying 98% of its natural forest cover. And so are other African cities. And what does this mean for pollinators, these insects? It means they have lost habitats. They have lost breeding sites and foraging materials, declining between 80 to 90% of their population across major African cities. And that is the problem. We carried out a survey in Kampala and found out that 95% of city residents say pollinators, urban spaces are not for wildlife. But just like MTN, we believe pollinators must be everywhere. And we are doing something about it. We are recovering nature by planting nectar-rich and pollen-nutritious species of plants and flowers along a corridor. And how we're doing this: first, we map core habitat areas using GIS. These are the few remaining homes for these insects within our cities. We then connect these core habitat areas on a line. And after that, we create small habitat sites along that line, 80 to 200 meters apart. The distance the smallest solitary bee, butterfly, or hoverfly can fly from one point to another as they are foraging, looking for breeding sites or nesting grounds. So we are looking at restoring 5 pollinator habitats in each year, and also sequestered 10 tons of carbon dioxide emissions in 3 years per hectare. But most importantly, we want to increase species richness by 20% within 3 years. Socially, we are looking at enhancing the mental well-being of our people. Research has clearly shown it that 2 hours in greener spaces reduces stress, anxiety, and depression. But also for our communities, we are creating jobs in horticulture and urban greening. So the distinctive competence we have first is the specialized buzzline pollinator nursery. This is the first of its kind on the African continent that is going to be propagating nectar-rich and pollen-nutritious species of plants and flowers for these insects. But also the integration of conservation with urban life. Recalling from our Kampala Bee Run, we are making conservation adoptable to city residents. Great thanks to all our partners that we are walking the talk with. So this is our traction. We won the PachiPanda award last year in Kampala, and we've grown our team to 10 part-time employees and 3 full-time employees. The 10 part-time employees are young mothers and orphan girls we are supporting. I can't really forget last week when one of the orphan girls came to me and said, "Manager, when are you bringing more soil potting bags? I want to get more money to buy shoes. We are going to school next week." I felt so touched about this, but then felt happy, for I realized that our solution is bringing hope back in these young mothers and orphan girls. We've acquired 10 partnerships over this time and also acquired land for the buzzline nursery. We've so far raised up to $5,000 from grants and bootstrapped $500. We are going to get money into our project from the sale of plants and flowers we are going to be raising from our nursery. But also we are offering gardening services and paid education workshop to different institutions and schools. But we want also to leverage sponsorships and grant funding such that we are able to maximize our revenue. So the advantage we have is that in terms of pollen-nutritious, nectar-rich flowers and wildflowers, you will look nowhere but come on the buzzline nursery. So our market opportunity, you realize that if we roll out in 3 to 5 priority African cities, the serviceable obtainable market would be between 41 million to 81 million US dollars. This implies that the buzzline is financially viable. So we're asking for 100,000 US dollars. And if we get that money, we are going to roll out our model in 4 more countries than Kampala, where we are operating. But also a strong partnership with MTN, WWF, and Deloitte, such that we are able to roll out our model in all African cities. So this is our roadmap. We launched last year in February, and we've achieved a couple of milestones. Our Kampala Bee Run we held in October last year brought together over 300 local runners and 2 international runners. We intend to reach 10 kilometers of the corridor by 2031, but also integrate a pollinator academy that is going to continue educating city residents about the coexistence of us and these insects. In terms of the Bee Run, we held the first edition in Kampala in October. We are doing a bigger and better edition this year in October. But not only in Kampala, there is a Bee Run that is going to happen in Nairobi and Hackney, London. So you might be interested to look out to which one is close to you, such that you join millions of other runners that will be running for life itself. This is the Buzzline team headed by me, Hannington Seranga. I'm the founder and manager. I have 8 years in urban greening. So believe me when I say we are bringing nature back in our cities. Allow me to show you a video of some of our work that was featured by DWTV.
These runners in Kampala are not running from bees, they are running for them. This is the first edition of the Kampala Bee Run, a 5-kilometer race that wants to raise awareness for the importance of pollinators like bees and butterflies.
Cities world over, like Kampala, have recorded.
Marina, please don't be surprised when you see a buzzline growing in Johannesburg, because imagine Africa without butterflies. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. You know, coming from WWF, I think that's very close to what we would want to, what's in our mandate. But what I wanted to bring out, I would want to add an aspect of payment for ecosystems, because I think that's an opportunity that you have. And also, obviously, from that, then you can talk to the partners here. The business case, for me so far, I think we need to do a bit more there. It's leaning more on grant financing than having a proper business case. So unless you've got, you can maybe advise. I could have missed something, so maybe you could advise if I've missed something.
Thank you so much, Musana. You know, in Uganda, I don't know if Zambia and Uganda, we are literally of Bantu tribe. Actually, Uganda, we have Musana as well. So literally, we are brothers in the making. So we are really, our project, however, so we are leveraging grants and sponsorships. But why we are developing the Buzzline Nursery is to try to change the narrative into an entrepreneurial perspective, such that we are able to generate revenue and money from sales. Probably I told you that the Buzzline Nursery is going to be the first on the African continent that is specializing in nectar-rich and pollen-nutritious species of plants and flowers. So we have a huge market. We might probably, if we don't deliver from Kampala to Lusaka, we probably can establish a nursery, a Buzzline Nursery in Lusaka, and we have Lusaka Buzzline very soon in the future.
Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to BuzzLight coming to Johannesburg. I'll be the first to sign up. You can hold me to it. I think you've got a very interesting model, and definitely we can't imagine this beautiful African continent without bees, let alone butterflies and broader wildlife. It's a part of who we are as Africans. So thanks for the reminder for that. I think you've got an innovative concept. You definitely are generating jobs and supporting and uplifting, as you've described, the women in your communities. Like Fungai, I'm also worried a little bit about your revenue generation over time, because you need the seeds to replant. Do you know what I mean? To be able to build your line even further across into more cities. So I would say definitely blend in technologies in and say, how do you start to track the line, look at conservation institutions, what they're doing from that perspective. So it's just more of a comment than a question, is to say I think you just need to boost your revenue lines, which is very difficult because what you're doing is very unique. So I would just, for you to have the type of scale, the impact you want to have, I think you need to just bring in alternative forms as well. So it's just more of a comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marina.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I have a few comments. I think your concept or your idea is great because globally we're looking at benefits for people and nature. So, I mean, it's all the multilateral environmental agreements speak to that. And having said that, I was, and building on Marina and Fungai's point around the financial feasibility, I was wondering, are there also food crops that are being what you call this, produced in your nursery? Because that would also contribute to the contribute to food security and will just add on the value. And then I was excited to see that people that you're building the momentum, because the messaging about pollinators, I think we usually have a big assessment done, and then there's hype around, and I think this was a few years ago when the International Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBES, they did a whole study around pollinators and the impact on food security. But everything dies down because we're so used to, looking at commercial agriculture or somebody else to provide our food. So I think your messaging and keeping it real in terms of the health and well-being, SDG 3 looks at good health and well-being. So connecting with that and also connecting to nature's contribution or benefits to people and nature's contribution to people. Those are all big concepts that international donors and the international policy space, you'll be able to kind of draw and catch people with that. So I definitely think you working in a space that's it's very difficult also to make the case for biodiversity, to make the case for pollinators. So it's a difficult step, but I think you also need to frame it around not just biodiversity, but benefits for people and nature. And then you start seeing you start drawing a different crowd to support you. But good luck. I think there's a bigger story to be told there. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was all our speakers. I think they deserve another round of applause because they did quite well. "15 of Africa's most promising solutions." So thank you everyone for being so kind and patient, and thank you judges for all your insightful questions. Keep the other ones on paper. We're going to get to them in the networking session. We're going to go for lunch now. It is now 3:22. If we can try and be back by 3:15, ready for the next part of our event. Thank you so much.
We call ourselves the Violimba, the collaboration of marimba and violin. We've been together since 2018 until today, entertaining different guests, different events, hoping we're going to enjoy more of our stuff.
Is it on? Thank you. What a lovely performance from Vivo Rimba. Thank you so much. I look around us and I see a lot of diversity, but I think we're all unified by some music. That's the beauty of Africa. We'll just give them a moment. It is now my pleasure to welcome a leader who has been crucial in positioning sustainability and shared value at the heart of MTN's strategy. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Marina Madale, MTN Group Executive for Sustainability and Shared Value, who has also blessed us with her judgment today.
Sure, what a day it's been. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I speak on behalf of Nompilo Morafo, who will be with us shortly. She just had a slight engagement. So on behalf of her, I'd like to thank everyone who's participated, all the contestants, our partners, and everyone, all the MTNers that cheered everybody on. So I think just what I'd like to do is just take a reflection moment for a little bit. And I think today, every now and then, we get a little bit of a glimpse of the future. And today was one of those moments. It was a moment not just of a celebration of innovation, but it was a celebration of possibility, a celebration of what Africans can do if they're given the opportunity. And it's also a celebration of ideas that can improve the lives of people. And I think all the contenders should give themselves a huge round of applause. You've done that exceptionally. When it comes to MTN, we believe in you. We believe in the youth of this beautiful continent. And we really believe that technology can be a powerful catalyst and enabler for Africa's progress. It's part of a critical part of development. Now, when you start to look at technology by itself, it's not enough. When applied when it's applied to complex problems, that's when the true power is unlocked. And I think today I felt very fortunate and very privileged to listen to all of the 11 pitches from the entrepreneurs and the climate entrepreneurs across our beautiful continent, across the 5 countries. And what I saw was impact that was visible. Lives that you're impacting, not just as beneficiaries, but jobs you're creating, indirect jobs you're creating, revenue you're generating, all for the betterment of this continent, and we thank you for that. When it comes to partnerships, I think we've echoed this over the last 2 days between the masterclass and today, to say that it's only possible when you join forces with like-minded partners that you can be able to scale solutions of this kind. And I think we'd like to give a special thanks to WWF as our founding partner on this program. So if we can give them a round of applause. We'd also like to thank, and I'm not seeing Dashni in the room, but UNDP, who's also come and stood alongside us on this. And then, thank you. And then a round of applause for Deloitte. And I can quote a huge thank you. When the young team came to me yesterday, they said they had in their language, a proper masterclass. So thank you so much for that. And I think this year we've spoken about this, and I think we need to take a moment to acknowledge it, which is that this is the 2nd ever edition of the Africa leg, right? And we know the baton came all the way from Zambia, and it's now multiplied. So last year we had 4 countries. This year we've had 5. So very proud to have Uganda join. And I think a round of applause for the Uganda team. I won't say who said. All I will say is that a few of them came to me and said, don't worry, we've brought it. And we saw you bringing it. We're very excited. I won't mention the name of the countries, but we are looking at 2 additional markets joining us for the next challenge. So a round of applause for them in advance. And the aim really is to scale. So if you start to look at some of the data points, the number of applications for the previous year's edition was 2,484 applications. This year, we've had 3,400, which is a 35 to 40% increase. And that's only possible by the individuals across the different markets that made this possible. So a huge round of applause there. Now, the question I keep being asked is, but what's the impact? Okay? And I think Fungai and I from WWF were actually talking about this. And we've seen probably, when you look at the applications, all those applications are actually ideas. So that's 3,400 business ideas, right? From there, we obviously shortlist. And so that's about 150 businesses that go to the next round. And that next round includes not only prize money, but mentorship, support to scale, and everything. And the team has actually actively worked to almost get a 1-year support program after leaving here. So even though today there'll be winners, you must know that all of you as participants will get that support, and we follow this journey with you, and we're following even the winners of last year. So yeah, definitely a round of applause for that. And we definitely will track the impact to say how many people are employing, how much revenue are you generating, and so forth. So you'll see a lot more of that coming in from us going forward. Now, and I know there's nervousness in the room, so I must cut the formalities, get to the point as quickly as possible, right? So I think I just, most importantly, I just want to thank you, because I think you've shown that solutions are right here. We don't need to look anywhere else. The solutions are in this room, the solutions are on the ground, the solutions are right here on our beloved continent. And I think as MTN, we believe in being an enabler to harness that, you know? So the invitation will remain when we make out the calls, because obviously from here we move to continuing to support the previous cohort, supporting you on this journey of growth, but also putting out the call to action for the next round. And I think we invite all of you online and beyond that are listening in to participate. Tell everyone in your family about it. Tell everyone, because this is a doorway to opportunity, and the goal is to scale and to make meaningful change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a lovely welcome from Ms. Marina. PachiPanda is built on the strength of partnership, and as we have heard, one of the most important of these partnerships is with WWF, whose work across Africa continues to support conservation, sustainability, and community resilience. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alain Ononino, WWF Cameroon Country Director.
Yellow. Great. It's not always easy to take the floor after lunch, right? So I try to get your attention. Distinguished guests, partners, innovators, investors, members of the community, ladies and gentlemen. After what you have witnessed during the first part of this event, I think it's fair to say that the energy in this room has shifted. We have just been inspired by bold ideas, compelling stories, and remarkable entrepreneurial journeys. And to our finalists, if your heart is still beating ahead of the award announcement, that's perfectly normal. If it isn't, then you may already be investors rather than candidates. Either way, thank you for those powerful and inspiring pitches. It is a great honor for me to address you at this pivotal moment of the PachiPanda Innovation Challenge on behalf of the WWF Africa Regional Office. Allow me to express sincere appreciation to all of you, not only for being here today, but for your commitment and your belief that Africa's future can be both prosperous and nature positive. What you have seen today confirms that this is far more than a competition. It is a statement of intent. It shows that Africa is not waiting to be rescued by ideas from elsewhere, but it is actively generating its own solutions. Solutions rooted in local realities, driven by African entrepreneurs, and designed to deliver both economic value and measurable benefits for nature and communities. At WWF, we are deeply aware of the scale and urgency of the challenges before us. Across the continent, biodiversity loss, land degradation, climate change, and social vulnerability are converging at an unprecedented pace. Yet, as today has clearly demonstrated, Africa also holds immense opportunity. A young and innovative population, extraordinary natural capital, a growing momentum around sustainable finance and inclusive business models. The PachiPanda Innovation Challenge sits precisely at this intersection of challenge and opportunity. By identifying, supporting, and showcasing enterprises that embed sustainability into their core business models, PachiPanda demonstrates that conservation and development are not opposing goals. They are mutually reinforcing. Enterprises that protect forests, restore landscapes, support sustainable agriculture, and empower communities are not just doing good. They are building resilient, scalable businesses fit for Africa's future. This edition is particularly significant. It reflects WWF's commitment to moving beyond isolated pilots and toward ecosystem-level change. Innovation does not thrive in isolation. It requires networks, patient capital, enabling policy environments, and trusted partnerships. PachiPanda therefore provides a platform where these elements meet, where entrepreneurs connect with investors, technical experts, policymakers, and peers across borders. For WWF, PachiPanda is not an add-on to our conservation work. It is an integral part of how we deliver impact. Across Africa, WWF works in some of the continent's most important landscapes and seascapes, alongside communities, governments, and the private sector. We know that conservation will not be sustainable unless it is economically viable, socially inclusive, and locally owned. Platforms like PachiPanda allow us to translate this reality into action by supporting enterprises that align livelihoods, markets, and nature outcomes. Concretely, WWF brings three things to the PachiPanda. First, credibility and science, ensuring that innovation is grounded in real conservation priorities and delivers measurable outcomes for nature. Second, presence on the ground. Through our country offices and partners, we help connect innovation to real landscapes, real communities, and real challenges. And third, partnership power, using WWF's convening role to bring together entrepreneurs, investors, corporates, and policymakers who will not otherwise meet. At this point, I would like to sincerely thank WWF Zambia for its leadership in driving this regional PachiPanda initiative. Your commitment, coordination, and vision has been instrumental in making this Africa-wide edition a reality. It stands as a strong example of what country office leadership can achieve when combined with regional ambition. To the innovators and finalists, we have just heard from you are the reason we are here. Your courage to experiment, to take risks, and to challenge conventional approaches is what will drive real transformation. Many of you are operating in difficult contexts, limited access to finance, regulatory uncertainty, infrastructure constraint, yet you persist. And now, a small confession that may or may not help reduce your stress as we move forward toward the awards. You are all winners today. I'm not entirely sure that statement will calm your nerves, but it is absolutely true. Because the real winner of PachiPanda is Africa's youth. The ideas you have just seen are bold, practical, and deeply innovative. While some are currently designed for specific geographies, all of them hold the potential to improve livelihoods, strengthen resilience, and deliver benefits for communities across Africa. This is why I would like to make a direct call to our partners, WWF, Deloitte, UNDP, and others, to investors and supporters in this room. These innovations deserve to go further. We need your continued engagement to help scale these ideas, adapt them to new contexts, and unlock their full impact across the continent. Looking ahead, WWF is committed to strengthening PachiPanda in three key ways. First, by deepening the reflection on how to better integrate PachiPanda enterprises into WWF priority landscapes, so that innovation directly supports conservation where it matters most. Second, by expanding technical and mentorship support. I'm happy that Marina has just mentioned that. Helping entrepreneurs strengthen governance, impact measurement, and investment readiness. And third, by working more closely with financial partners to crowd in capital, particularly for early-stage enterprises operating in high-risk but high-impact context. To our investors, again, and financial partners, your role is indispensable. Closing Africa's nature finance gap will not be achieved through grants alone. We need blended finance, innovative instruments, and long-term capital that recognizes the true value of natural systems. By engaging with platforms such as PachiPanda, you are helping to de-risk early-stage enterprises and unlock pathways to scale. To MTN, a key partner and co-developer of the PachiPanda Innovation Challenge, WWF expresses its sincere gratitude. From its inception, PachiPanda has been shaped by a shared conviction between WWF and MTN that innovation, connectivity, and sustainability can and must work together to unlock solutions at scale. MTN's partnership reflects the critical role the private sector can play, not only as a funder, but as a strategic collaborator committed to Africa's sustainable future. We thank MTN for its leadership, its vision, and its continued support. On behalf of the WWF Africa Regional Office, I would also like to acknowledge the dedication of the teams and partners who have made this challenge possible, from WWF country offices to technical advisors, mentors, and organizers. This collaboration exemplifies WWF's belief that together it is possible. As we now turn to the awards, let us be clear about what success truly looks like. Success is not only about the winners we are about to celebrate, but the pipelines we build, the capital mobilized, the partnerships formed, and the ecosystem strengthened long after today. Success is seeing PachiPanda-supported enterprises scale across regions, create decent jobs, and deliver lasting benefits for people and nature. Allow me to also make a personal commitment at this moment. I am proud to serve as a WWF PachiPanda champion for Africa. I will continue to advocate for African-led innovation, for youth entrepreneurship, and for business models that place nature and communities at the center of development. In closing, I reaffirm WWF's commitment to supporting African innovation that aligns economic growth with environmental stewardship. The future we seek, one where people live in harmony with nature, will be built by platforms like PachiPanda and by the visionary individuals gathered here today. As I represent WWF Africa at this stage, I wish you all the very best of luck, although you can probably guess where my heart beats the most. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for your collaboration. And thank you for believing in Africa's power to innovate for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you for that lovely address, Mr. Ononino. Our next speaker will deliver the keynote. She brings valuable insight into how climate innovation can scale and attract investment. The founder and CEO of Igugu Global. Please help me welcome Ms. Anele Blow. Hello.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, partners, finalists, and builders of Africa's green economy. It is a privilege to be here today with MTN, the World Wildlife Fund, Deloitte, UNDP, GSMA, and all of the ecosystem partners who have made the Africa PachiPanda Challenge the powerful platform for climate innovation that benefits our entire continent. But it is most importantly an absolute honor to be here before the entrepreneurs today. Because today is not just about the awards. It's about recognizing a generation of founders who are not just innovating, but building the investable, scalable businesses that will define our communities and Africa's next chapter. As we open 2026, Africa's story of capital is one of divergence, where global markets are volatile. For us in Africa, the private markets, especially for climate and infrastructure, are holding steady. The world has finally recognized that Africa is not just a place of risk, but the world's last open market and a source for essential solutions. But how did I get here? My name is Anela Bloch, and I'm the founder of Igugu Global, a technology company making it incredibly easy to search, structure, and finance sustainable solutions. My journey began not in tech, but in banking, working here in South Africa, moving to Tanzania, where I lived for 2 years, Ghana, another 2 years, and then the Seychelles. It was while living in the Seychelles and leading the bank as treasurer and head of global markets that the Nature Conservancy walked into my office one day and brought me into the process that would structure what would become the world's first blue bond. What we were doing was insanely exciting, a first of its kind and not without risk. But as a market maker, that's the job, to figure out what price people place on risk and find someone on the other side to say, yes, that's worth it. But how were we going to price sustainability? My balance sheet was just ones and zeros. This transaction pulled together so many of my prior lived experiences, from being in Dar es Salaam and vibrating with the ocean as you hear the sound of dynamite fishing while 12 meters underwater, to the familiar frustrations of banking clients coming into the bank to ask for credit, only to leave having been told that their solution was not bankable. This crystallized for me into a fundamental truth, that capital flows where risk is understood and where value is visible. And my question from that day to the billion-dollar pipeline that we have today has remained the same. How can we use the language of sustainability to make Africa more visible and more investable? Today, that truth defines our moment. There's a clear shift. How's that? A clear shift. Capital is no longer just chasing returns, but looking for credible teams, lived experience, measurable impact, and clear paths to sustainability and profitability. Africa, our home, sits right at the center of a climate, energy, and food systems transition. We have the world's youngest population, with 500 million people under the age of 15, the world's fastest growing cities. The stretch of land between Lagos and Abidjan is the fastest urbanizing stretch of land on the planet, and 40% of the population is forecast to live there by 2100. And we have over $500 billion in annual sustainable financing needs. We are living through, you are living through, we're living through a defining cultural and economic shift. And here's what's changed. The world is not just looking to us for minerals and markets anymore. It's looking to Africa for solutions. The recognition of our rich cultural capital has already taken the global stage in music and design. Indigenous knowledge is taking health and medicine to new frontiers. And the world is hungry for lessons on how we build community, especially after crisis, because we've seen so much crisis, and how we deliver to the last mile in an increasingly fractured world. And the money is flowing, the capital is flowing. $500 billion in financing needs sounds like a lot. It's certainly multiples from where we are today, but it's less than 2% of what is a global $40 trillion market in sustainable assets. It's not flowing to us enough just yet. So let me be direct. Innovation does not scale alone. Capital does. And this is where it gets tough for entrepreneurs. When I left banking to build Igugu, I had the fundamental belief that capital could flow naturally to climate-positive businesses that make our communities more resilient. I'd found a gap. Investors wanted to invest in sustainability, but struggled to measure it. Banks lacked consistent data. Institutions built frameworks and solutions, but couldn't translate them into something that the language of finance could trust. The challenge isn't just capital, it's credibility, comparability, and data. And that's why we built Igugu. Igugu means treasure. We use climate and sustainability data to help showcase credible companies to investors, helping them benchmark risk, compare opportunities, and move faster. And from green roofs to coral reefs to the solutions you've heard about this morning, my message is simple. It's that the revolution is here. I'm happy from the trenches alongside you to be a mirror and to share some of what we've seen begin to separate the ventures that will scale and those that will stall today. First, always first, I put it to you that your community is your credibility and is your currency. As investors double down on profitability and governance, the teams that win are not the most flashy, but they're the most reliable. Transparency, consistency, and integrity are not nice to haves. They're the ticket to investment. Build with and for your community. Commit to making their challenges visible. So many problems that our families experience, particularly in less connected communities, are not visible. Let's make those challenges visible and commit to being part of the solution. You don't have to dilute your message to be part of a bigger trend or something happening on the other side of the planet. Being here right now is everything you need. The second is that data is your bridge to capital. Can you measure your impact, track your growth, demonstrate outcomes? Finance is flowing to what it understands, measures, and can compare. Your data isn't just for reporting, it is your valuation. It's core to your valuation. And finally, we're all the PachiPandas. I learned that PachiPanda is how we come together in community, and as every speaker before has echoed, finally, partnerships accelerate everything. No climate venture scales alone. The fastest growing companies build ecosystems with corporates, financiers, and platforms just like this one. The PachiPanda Challenge isn't just a competition, it's an ecosystem builder. Technology takes connectedness, and MTN has already invited every single one of you into the room. Climate is overwhelmingly a geospatial problem, and the GSMA is here. Let's build on the science stewarded by the World Wildlife Fund to reduce the distance between nature, innovation, and scale. Listening to all of you today and working with companies that seek green finance, what I see every day makes me truly believe that the revolution is here. Founders are turning waste into energy, data into jobs and resilience, local insight into global solutions. And this is why institutions like MTN, the WWF, Deloitte, the UNDP are so vital. You're not just supporting entrepreneurs, you're building the pipeline of bankable, scalable businesses that will attract a rising wave of local pension funds, blended finance, and patient private capital. To the finalists, You've already achieved something significant today. You've built a solution, you've refined the model, and you've pitched it on a continental level. You have counted yourself amongst the courageous few that want to define and change and build our future. But tonight is not the finish line. It's only the launching point. The road ahead will have challenges. Funding cycles will definitely be longer than expected. Partnerships will require patience, and markets take time to mature. This is the reality of building in Africa. Stay the course, keep building, keep measuring, and keep partnering. 8 years ago, structuring the Blue Bond, we asked, would investors value protecting our oceans? Today, the question is, will we value the climate solutions being built here at home, applicable to the global south and across the world? I believe we will, because of this decisive shift of capital towards fundamentals, sustainability, and local value creation. Africa's story will not be one of a few successful businesses, but of thousands of scalable green businesses, and many of them, we have to believe, are going to be built by people in this very room. Congratulations to every finalist. Thank you to MTN and all the partners for investing in this future. May tonight not just be the announcement of winners, but the continued rise of a generation building a more resilient, sustainable, and prosperous Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Anele, for such a beautiful message. Our next item is a video, one I think our contestants will really appreciate, from last year's PachiPanda Challenge, Mr. Abupezi Moses.
Hello everyone, I'm God Abupezi Moses. I had the incredible honor of winning the PachiPanda Innovation Challenge last year. Participating in the PachiPanda Challenge was such a game changer for my team and I. Not only did it provide an opportunity for us to fine-tune our projects, but equally to connect with mentors and like-minded youths across the African continent. Representing Cameroon in South Africa and seeing our project being recognized on such a prestigious platform was truly unforgettable. It proved one thing, that with the right support and mentorship, everything is possible. This year again, the PachiPanda Challenge is back, providing youths aged 18 to 35 that unique opportunity of submitting climate projects. Do you have a project tackling food security, renewable energy, or even waste management? This is your chance to shine. Submit that incredible project today and stand a chance of winning 3 million francs and equally representing Cameroon in South Africa. Can't wait to see the amazing projects you all submit. Let's build a sustainable future together. Thank you.
Okay. As we bring this inspiring day to a close, it is my pleasure to introduce someone who you've probably all seen running around, a true bundle of green, Ms. Ahista Hussain, Senior Manager in Environmental Management and Governance, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Sure, guys. I must say it's much easier to be running around in the background. Now we know what the winners were feeling like at the start of this. Hello, everybody. Thank you for that inspiration talk. It's inspirational talk. It was so incredible, and I'm sure all of our participants are feeling even better as we go on. Thank you to everybody for being here today. I have the honor of saying a few words of gratitude and maybe closing before we get into the really exciting part of knowing who the winners are. But I just want to reflect on yesterday. You know, yesterday we were at the masterclass and I told everybody that energy felt very serious, guys. It felt so serious, and last night I was reflecting on it and I thought, this is serious, actually. Youth empowerment is serious. The impacts of climate on Africa are serious. And so is the project. The implications and the impact from this project are important because there is no planet B. We haven't got a spaceship to go anywhere else. So this is all we have to protect. So yes, this is a really serious project. And that's why our theme for this year is called Nourishing Tomorrow. And if you want to nourish and flourish, we really need an ecosystem. Because ideas, enterprise, movement doesn't succeed in isolation. It succeeds in collaboration. So let me start with saying to our participants, thank you so much. You are the seeds for a sustainable tomorrow. Without you, we couldn't build the potential to shape the communities, the livelihoods, and the industries across the continent. And it's been an absolute privilege to watch your milestone. This is just a milestone in your journey. To my OPCO leads, or to our OPCO leads, I can say mine for the amount that I trouble you. My sincere gratitude. You are the foundation and the front line of this program. You bring to life in our markets and support these innovators every step of the way. To our partners, an ecosystem needs diversity to survive. And each of you bring in a dimension that only you could do to strengthen this ecosystem. And for that, I am very grateful. To my leadership, Nompilo and Marina, thank you for your vision and your guidance and to contributing to support this program that invests in people and our future. I really appreciate it. And to the MTN team, you've seen us running around. I can't mention each and every one of you by name, but you make this possible. You make the success happen with your dedication, your energy, your commitment. At MTN, we speak about leading digital solutions for Africa's progress. This is an example of it, a program that really puts it into practice. It's about creating shared value, enabling opportunity, and investing in the innovators who will help shape a more resilient and sustainable continent. Because where young eco-innovators grow, Africa grows. And where we plant seeds of purpose, tonight we will see a forest flourish tomorrow. With that, let me stop taking too much of your time. Let's get into the good bits. Thank you so much, everybody.
To you're going to give the word to the spotlight. Thank you. Okay, that was our last speaker of the day. I think we all enjoyed this event. Everyone who had something lovely to share with us, all our contestants, inspiring projects. So I think across all 5 countries, today's finalists represented courage, creativity, and commitment to Africa's future. The MTN PachiPanda African Challenge reminds us that Africa's greatest resource is not just its land or its minerals, but it is its people. After months of dedication and resilience, we arrive at the moment that celebrates not just ideas, but impact. Contestants, are you ready? This is the moment you've been waiting for. So I will be announcing each award. We have 4 thematic awards and 3 overall awards, our first, second, and third. The Thematic Excellence Award, which recognizes innovations that directly address the system that sustain life, food, energy, and water. Presented by Ms. Marina Madale Presented by Nompilo Morafo, MTN Group Chief Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Officer.
Does it come on display?
Okay. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I was under the impression that the winners have already been announced, but they are still being chosen. So we're going to go on a quick break. Just enjoy the music, and we will be back in a few moments. energy and water. And the winner is?
Flame. Okay. The winner is Flame Innovation Zambia. That's a correct.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next award, the Ubuntu Award, which celebrates innovation that demonstrates the spirit of Ubuntu, solutions built with communities and for communities. And the winner is?
Is it correct? Okay. Flame Innovation Zambia.
Those are cheers of joy. The next award is the Rising Star Award, which recognizes a team that has demonstrated exceptional growth and determination throughout the entire program. The winner is?
Macintosh Zambia.
Representing Zambia. If there's another winner from Zambia, we might need to hang the flag behind us. Our last thematic award, the Baobab Growth Award, which celebrates an innovation with strong roots and the potential to grow and scale its impact. The winner is?
EcoDrop, Uganda.
Did they? Okay, that is the conclusion of the awards. So let's go home. I'm just kidding, guys. This is what we've been waiting for now, the finale awards, which recognizes the finalists whose solutions demonstrated the strongest overall impact, innovation, and potential. Our third place winner. Drum roll, can we get a drum roll? Ooh, okay, a marimba roll.
Agri-Check, Cameroon.
Well done, Cameroon. Okay, that was just the first one. Got 2 more to go. Our second winner is
It's by Scrap, Nigeria.
Last one. Are you guys excited? I think the band can give us a little bit of a something before we announce it, just to get our energies risen. We can stand. You can do a little dance. Okay, and our first place winner for the 2026 MTN PachiPanda African Challenge is
Anton
Zambia, Nigeria, Cameroon. Thank you. Well done to our countries. Okay, yeah? Okay, we would like a photo with all the contestants on the stage. So if you could please make your way up here, grab your flags, and I hope we can fit everyone here. Just for a quick photo. Okay. Oh.
slave and you're stopped by the other thing that you can. So I'm going to bring the rest of the people's certificate. Oh!
When we were schooling. I think we said that, but I don't know what the school is. Ask me to handle that one.
Sorry.
With your iPad and mic. Okay, got it? Okay. You're in. Are we in? Are we in? Okay? Hello! Yellow! And then everybody, come on down, everyone. Come on, everybody, all partners, everyone, come on.
Ask them to come take their certificates and on their way out.
Just say, before the cocktails are done, we would like to hand out the certificates and have a photo moment for the participants. Then you announce
on our way out.